1. Happy New Year! Oh my god, it's the Steam Summer Sale. Definitely not a new year, but how much have you spent? Oh, Whirlywin, you should have put that towards video games. Only $13. That's it. Also, sell me while you're here, while I have your attention. Sell me on Glory for Goo or whatever the fuck it's called. It's in my wish list. It's overwhelmingly positive, but I don't know what it is. I can't force myself to buy it. I look at it, and as soon as I read the paragraph that says it's a RTS, I'm just like, I don't want to play an RTS. But at the same time, I love the idea of automation, and I have a love-hate relationship with They Are Billions. So I'm curious, but I probably won't. You know what? Don't even bother. Don't waste your time. Don't delete everything you were about to type. I don't care anymore. I don't fucking remember. It's something about Glory and Goo. Glory Goo. From Glory to Goo. From Glory to Goo. That game. That game. I mean, this is what happened. This is what happened. The Steam Summer Sale started this week. And I rarely buy anything. What goes through my mind is it's not so much the sale price is the issue. The issue is I don't have time to play the games that I buy. On the other hand, now that I have my Lenovo Legion, I am finding some time to be able to sit down and play video games. So I'm getting some gaming in. Some is more than 0, which is what it was before. So I said to myself, I don't fucking care. I'm gonna buy some games. And I think I spent 130 bucks already. I bought like 7 or 8 games. Most of them visual novels about murder, which I know sounds really crazy to say, but I love Danganronpa. So all of these other visual novels have been on my wish list for like eons. And of course, they're also rated really up there because Danganronpa. And so I was like, you know what? Fuck, I'm just going to buy them. I can play this for like 10, 15, 20 hours, whatever it takes. Knock them out. Those are easy. Those are ones I can deal with. And then I bought a couple other games, such as Dispatched. I am interested in Dispatched. Again, it's practically a visual novel, so whatever, just throw it in the cart. But then I was like, well, what? I got other games on my cart on my wish list. Why don't I buy some of them? And so I bought Dealer's Life 2 and Dealer's Life Medieval because I played the first one. It's like a very flash game kind of game. And if you don't know what a flash game is, you're too young for this channel. You may as well just leave. Um, and so I was playing Dealer's Life 2 the other night, and I feel like I was doing really well in the 2 hours that I played. I don't even think I did 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half. I already feel like I'm near the end of the game. I was just doing that fucking well. Which I know is not the truth, but I feel like it because the game couldn't possibly be that fucking short. So, so got that. And I already forgot what else I bought. Oh, Run Tavern Quest. Run Tavern. I played the demo for that and I loved it. So I started playing that a little bit too. That's really fun. And Ashbury Pines, which is like an idle game. I'm not digging it as much as I thought I would. So like, And that's really it. And that's really it. There was a lot of games there. A lot of bundles. And then I almost bought Death Stranding 2 because I want to play that, but I need to find time to play it, and I know my wife wants to watch me play it. Isn't that right, wife? She's not up here. I thought she was behind me, but she's not up here. She loved watching me play the first Death Stranding. I played it on my PlayStation 4, the latest console I own. Oh no, I own a Nintendo Switch too. All right, I take that back. It's not the latest, but it practically is. The latest that can play legitimate games. She loved watching. I never had a wife. Those voices you hear sometimes, that's just me as a ventriloquist. I'm just throwing my voice. Yes, honey, I love you. You see? Starfany doesn't exist. It's just an alt account. Uh, she loved watching Death Stranding. She loved the story. Not so much the me moving boxes around from A to B, definitely not getting 5-star practically everywhere. She didn't care about that shit. She cared about the story. So she loved watching when there was like cinematic stuff going on. She was invested in it like it was a TV show. And so for Death Stranding 2, I'm gonna have to play it on the living room TV. I'm gonna have to like stream it from my computer downstairs or something. Which I can do because I have Steam Link, but that's not the point here. I'm gonna have to stream it rather than just play it in front of my computer. Whatever. So that she can watch. And I'm okay with this. I really am, because that's like super cute to me. I wish we could do more video game stuff together, her and I. We've tried to play some video games together, but what ends up happening is we play for like an hour or two and then we never touch it again. You know, like we started a Stardew Valley map twice, but then we just never touch it again. Like, whatever. So, that's it. No, we also did that. We've started Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know where she is. I don't know why she's not in the channel. She must be watching a fucking posh show where she could buy more fucking clothing. We started a Baldur's Gate 3 campaign. No joke. We did it in the bedroom. We have it up on the TV. We were each playing with controller. I love that you can do that in Baldur's Gate 3. It's really crazy. So yeah, we were playing Baldur's Gate 3 co-op. We also started playing Traveler's Rest co-op. But again, we just get like so far and then, oh, it's time to go to bed, or we got to stop and do chores or whatever it is. We stop and then we never go back. So our Baldur's Gate 3 story has started. We got as far as I think it's like the temple where you find the zombie guy, whatever his name is. I don't remember what his name is. Blathers, you know, the owl. Withers, I was close. I liked Blathers better. Blathers from fucking, oh my god, Animal Crossing. But yes, Withers, thank you, Withers. Withers. Yeah, we got that far. I don't even think we got him yet. We just went into the temple and started killing the bandits that were in there, and then we had to stop. So, you know, we very barely scratched the surface. Right? But I will say, just talking about Baldur's Gate 3, I think more games should kind of do that. Not the co-op part, but the have completely different control schema for keyboard and mouse and controller. You know? And I don't mean like you go to play a game like a first-person shooter and you got a controller or you got a keyboard and mouse and it just works natively. Baldur's Gate 3 legit has so many fucking things going on that you think with a controller it wouldn't be possible. But they got so many pop-up menus and radial dials and crap that they went out of their way to be like, yes, you can play this with a controller. Right? Like, it's not a keyboard and mouse game, even though it's keyboard and mouse recommended. You can play it with a controller. And I love that. That's like some crazy accessibility. Maybe not like disabled accessibility, because I'm not disabled, so I can't speak on their behalf, right? I don't know what they need other than something better. But just, it's just so accessible that I can play with a controller if I wanted to. And that's cool. You know, it also probably has to do with the fact that they really wanted it to be on the Steam Deck and all that fun jazz. So, right. Yeah, exactly. When they just shoehorn the other controller schema in there, they're like, well, it's supposed to be for controller, but keyboard and mouse, sure, it'll work. I don't like that. That's definitely Baldur's Gate 3, Larian. They did good. They did good, and that's a grammatically correct sentence in this case. They did good. Anyway, let's get into it. We're going to have a nap first, because this is Citizen Sleeper, so 1 second. Oh, what? Huh? Just kidding. For a second there, when I threw my chair back and closed my eyes, my chair was like, I thought I was falling backwards. Don't throw your chair back and close your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. That's scary. I wasn't ready for that. I thought it was over. I thought this was the last stream you ever saw me on. We'll do our introductions and jump right into it. I've already been gabbing for like 10 minutes. We got Raz, Azrael's, Whirlywind, Shellcad, Raid Soft, and anyone else here lurking, lurk to your heart's content. Before I jump into the game, sorry, one fun announcement. I changed. Is it like Tharsis? We played Citizen Sleeper, the first one. We played the first one.
Someone wants to talk about board games.
Someone wants to talk about board games! Oh my god! Yes! That's what I was gonna say. I made hats cheaper because my wife... You guys don't give me feedback. Fuck all of you. I love you. But my wife was like... listen, your hat costs are too high. And I was like, what do you mean they're too high? And she's like, it takes forever to earn 5,000 points for a hat. And I was like, okay, fair. Thank you for the feedback. So I cut them in half. And then I just put 5,000 for the board game. So we're gonna move over to the board game wheel. Woo! Board game wheel. I don't have a button for it yet, so I gotta go over here. 1 second. Board game wheel. Oh my god. Board game wheel. One moment while we get the board game wheel. Once I figure out where my file is. Where the fuck did it go? There it is. Board game wheel, everybody, board game wheel. Okay, I'm glad you have 100,000 points, jerk. What board game are we going to talk about today? Whoa. It is going to be Flamecraft Duels. Oh, man, Flamecraft Duels. So why don't I have a camera on? Yeah, I clearly didn't set this up properly. Hold on. Can I add a camera on here? Camera. I'm just gonna go over here and copy my camera. and then go back over here and paste it. And then make me nice and small. There we go. All right, I did it. Live. Exactly. Why do work when copy and paste exists? So listen, well, because then I have to do like the fucking chroma key and everything if I did a new source. Fuck that. Flamecraft Duels. This is a recent acquisition, and we rated it okay. You can see the 7.4. That is our rating. I actually think we gave it like a 7.4 seems weird. I don't remember giving it a 7.4. I feel like we would have gave it a 7.5 or a 7. I don't really know that I've ever landed on a 0.4, but let's just pretend that this is correct. I do. We log all of our plays, and we rate every time we play a game if we liked it or didn't like it, because then we know if we're going to play it again, kind of idea. Like, if we rate it like a fucking 3, that's shit. We're probably going to sell it, you know? Anyway, Flamecraft Duels. It is a 2-player only game of the Flamecraft universe, which I don't have up here, so I can't really show it to you. But the idea is in Flamecraft, just backstory, not duels, you are like a artisan, and you hire dragons, because fantasy universe, you hire dragons to do jobs for you around the market. So you got like your meat dragons, and you got your herb dragons, and your anvil dragons, and your ice dragons, all that fun jazz. So they go around and they're like getting new resources for you. They're cooking things up, they're selling products, they're getting potions, you know, they're trying to be the wealthiest artisan at the end of the game. In Flamecraft Duels, they condense it down to just a 2-player game, and instead of it being a big old market, you have your little dragons that you hire, just little dragon tokens that you hire, and you're trying to make it like tic-tac-toe on the board. You're trying to put like 3 in a row or 5 in a line or something, because you have some secret objectives on cards that you're trying to achieve. And then when you achieve it, you go, aha, bitch! 5 points for me! And then you remove some dragons from the board, or actually, I don't think you remove them. You just keep adding them. But the point is, you're just strategically playing a game of chess, sort of, not really, with the Flamecraft Dragons, but it has nothing to do like the base game. I did it! I did it! We talked about a board game, everyone! I talked about a board game, I did it! Thank you, Raidsoft. So the board game thing's there. You can only do one a stream because I know that we're going to get derailed if we go through this. But what's really cool about this is it'll remember that we rolled Flamecraft duels. So it won't come up in the future. Isn't that super fucking awesome? Yeah, until I clear my cookies, in which case we're fucked. But until then, it won't come up again. Whoa. Anyway, that was Flamecraft duels. Thank you for that. Would I recommend it? Yeah, a 7.4. A 7. I gotta actually look to see if that's legitimately what we rated it, because that is a very strange number. Flamecraft duels. We fucking did. We rated it. I don't know if you can see. We rated it a 7.4. That's weird. I don't think I've ever rated a game a 7.4. If I were to sort games by rating, where's my rating? Also, this is really loud. Why is there no settings? I'll just mute it for now. I might have fat fingered the rating. I might have. I may have fat fingered, cause you could only do one board game a stream, darling, cause I would talk forever. Yeah, so I got ratings here. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see this very well, but we got ratings and like it's this is sorted by lowest to highest. Botany, oh my god, fucking don't get me started about that one. But they're all like round numbers and shit. I am starting the game already. They're all round numbers and half numbers, and the fact that there was a 7. Oh, we got a 7.7 and a 7.8 as well. We were clearly drinking. That's my defense. There's also a 7.2. The hell? I guess we just couldn't agree on 7.5, and we were like slightly lower. Slightly lower than a 7.5. How about a 7.4? Sounds good. Whatever. Anyway, let's get into the game, and then hopefully I can like tutorials on normal difficulty, I guess, the intended difficulty. And then we got 2 people. Oh no, there's 3, but it just decided to start on the middle. All right, cool. Do I become drunk when I drink? I become silly when I drink. Like a lot of people they have different personalities when they drink, and I'll be the machinist cuz I don't really care. I'm so glad that I turned the audio off because this is insanely loud. Can I get to the settings now? Settings, music level. Let's turn it down. All right, I'll unmute it there. Why do I drink before streams? Because I have alcohol with dinner. Duh. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, everyone's got like different personalities when they drink. I was usually adverse to alcohol growing up because I saw my grandfather. He was an aggressive person when he would drink. He would get angry, and I didn't want to turn out like that. I assumed everyone turned out like that because I had a young, impressionable mind. Then one day I realized that's not the case. Everyone's different, and so my grandfather being an angry drunk doesn't mean everyone's an angry drunk. And it turns out that me, when I have alcohol, I turn really fucking silly. Which is great, because that's the kind of alcohol person you want. You don't want the angry one. You want the one that's like, yeah, I love life. Oh, yeah. So, you know. So, you turn sleepy. I definitely don't. I don't turn sleepy. Mind you, I never drink enough to, like, be drunk. You know, I just drink enough and then I get that fuzzy feeling in my cheeks. You know? And I'm pretty much still with it. Completely with it. But I know that sometimes I say some really silly things to my wife. You know? I'll be like, hey babe, do you wanna do it in the butt tonight? And she'll be like, no. And I'll be like, okay. Did you hear me? She didn't even hear me. I said that loud enough so that she would hear me. Nothing. Don't worry about it, darling. I love you. I didn't say anything. I love you. Oh, she loves me too. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, that's cool. All right. Now, the one problem with this kind of game is I gotta read, and, like, I don't want to. Something about reading. Blah, blah, blah. I read so much when it came to Esoteric Ebb, and I don't want to. Where's these voiceovers? You know, hire some voice actors, please. Wake up, sleeper. There we go. This is the prologue. I'm asleep, and I need to wake up. I understand what's happening. All of a sudden, you remember you have eyes. Oh, who's this Yakuza handsome fella? Sup, bro? What are you doing in my room? Is this how you reward me for my generosity? Lane is leaning over your horizontal floating body, looking down into your eyes. I was inside you. No, he wasn't, but I might let it. You try to look away to the corners of your vision to find something you understand. Your body does not respond. But I suppose that wasn't enough? He reaches into the pocket of his jacket and retrieves a small vial. This wasn't enough? Oh, what is it? The vial glitters. This object you know and have known for a long time. Stabilizer. The drug that keeps your artificial body, your emulated mind, from inevitable decay. The only balm for your planned obsolescence. The liquid rolling in the vial fills you with disgust. Oh, that's right. I do remember this from the first one. You needed it to live, and if you didn't have enough, you died. And that always sucked. You know? No, that's okay. Shellcat, yes. I don't know about an AI voiceover, like just a text-to-speech. The basic bitch technology I would kind of take. An AI would be better, but at the same time, I would be okay with it so long as it's not like someone's voice that's been stolen kind of idea. I don't like hearing about that, where people are like, oh, I did a bunch of work for the Writers Guild, and all of a sudden they made my voice an AI, and now I'm out of a job. You know? And that, but I mean, yeah, there's usually an audio doodad. But yeah, my voice is gonna be super hoarse if I read all of this. So blah, 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 he's got a vial, he looked at me, and then he's letting me go. Shut him up! And then I'm free, and then he had big plans for me, and I feel like I'm not getting the gist. I will try to preserve your body, of course. I have my own uses for it. I bet you do. But your emulation? You feel one of his hands searching behind your head. He finds and grips the thick cable running into the port at the base of your skull. I will burn that out. I would hope not, because there's going to be more dice rolling. I hope. Anyway. Uh-oh, question mark person. Then you feel hands steadying you, pulling cables. You glance around wildly and see someone diligently unplugging you. You meet his eyes. Hey! He waves a hand in your dazed face. We need to move. Lane won't be out long. He unloops a cable from around your wrist. Sleeper, help me out here. Do you know this person? He leans over you, and you feel his hands on the connector, flicking switches, releasing locks. Come on, come on, come on! He tugs the connector clear and pulls you up. Oh, so Lane just got knocked out and I wasn't paying attention? Sure. That sounds good. It's dice on a sphere. You see, it's on the Halo ring. You see the room you are in for the first time, filled with tech and terminals, wires weaving everywhere, all lit by big windows looking out on an impossibly bright, screen-filled street beyond. In the corner, you see the dark shape of a floating body surrounded by a glittering constellation of crimson baubles. Is that blood? Move! You are wrestled and shoved towards the door, which slides open in front of you, and then you are in all that brightness, all that movement, gliding hard towards some unknown destination. Whee! We made it! We made it! Yeah, see, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that at all. I totally get it, but, like, someone would get their hands on it, and then they would use... Because it's not like he made the AI model on his personal computer. He probably had to use some cloud or something. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, because I'm not, but... Come on. They'll get it. They'll have it. I don't want them with my voice. My voice is sexy enough that I want it to just be for me. You come to a stop in a dark alley. The one who guided you here pausing to catch his breath. He doubles over beside a massive life support unit that sends a lukewarm breeze across your skin. You stare at him, trying to recall anything about him. You notice his tattered jacket, his lightweight clothes. You remember this station runs hot. Something about the power that flows through the place. He looks up and meets your eye. I only have one eye? Oh my god. He looks up and meets my eye. My one eye. I'm a fucking Cyclops. What's going on here, sleeper? He wipes sweat from his forehead, and it floats away in a swarm of spheres. Talk to me! Who are you? You see a concerned frown cross his face. Don't mess with me, sleeper. That's not funny. He comes closer, eyeing you carefully. What station are we on? He narrows his eyes, waits for the answer. You close your eyes, trying to recall. You force your way through the dark to the image of a station. No, a city. Growing on the back of a vast set of hexagonal solar cells, shadowed by them. You open your eyes. Dark side. The word leaves your mouth like an exhale, an instinct. Before you heard yourself sounded out, you didn't know it was there. He sighs. And me? Who am I? You see something like fear in his eyes. Panic, perhaps. You stare hard at his face. He's got two eyes, at least. The slight upturn of his mouth. The intensity of his stare. Nothing comes. He closes his eyes and drops his head, putting a hand to his temple. The reboot, he is speaking quietly to himself. Lane interrupted the process, and he lifts his head and stares at you. Oh man, it's the good old amnesia scheme where you always forget everything. That happens in like 80% of the video games that we play. You start the game and you're just like, I don't know who I am. It's the best cop-out ever. You know? We need to keep going. We need to leave. He turns and kicks off down an alley. Come on, the rig can't be far. Wow, we went pretty far. As you are led through the passages and serviceways of the station, you try to recall your life here. The texture, the temperature of Darkside feels familiar, but you struggle to pin specific memories to it. Focusing hard, you recall waking up in these passages, cycle after cycle. The rhythms of the station flowing over you, along with the crowds. You recall desperation and the slow decay of your body that caused it. Then Lane, those pale eyes, offering you a glittering vial, stabilizer, the promise of supplying more for your work, the deal he locked you into a cage, like a cage. There your memory fails you, but in the dark beyond, that moment the residue of panic, of fear, remains. You were Lane's prisoner, Lane's plaything. You shudder in the cold passage. Wait! Your guide holds up a hand, and you stop your guide using the wall. You check to make sure that he doesn't have 6 fingers, and turns out he has 5. Ahead you see the tunnel open up into a wide open bay, with a few doors leading to cylindrical tunnels. The docks. They're watching the rig, he nods toward the docks, and you see one of the doors has a couple of figures flanking it. One covered in ornate tattoos, the other with bright silver implants along their cheekbones. Eustubo. Eustubo. Sure, we'll go with it. Lane's guys. He looks at you and shakes his head in frustration. All this, it's not coming back to you, is it? No, Eustubo? No, Eustubo. Smarto, Eustubo. Something catches your eye, and you see he's playing with a coin, nervously turning it over and over in his fingers. He sees you looking and slips it away. He places a hand on his chest. I'm Seraphin, all right? He looks pained when he speaks. Lane, he was our captor, both of us. We did this so we could escape. We need to reboot you, to break your dependence on Stabilizer. He pauses. You know what that is, right? You nod meekly. But Lane interrupted me back there. The reboot didn't complete, and... He sighs and shakes his head. We can still make this work. I'll lead them away. You get the docking bridge open. If we make it to the rig, I know how to get us in. Got that? He searches your face for a sign of recognition. What's the rig? Seraphin looks annoyed. Our ship, or at least it soon will be. Lane assigned it to us when we were on jobs for him. Well, why would we take... No, No, don't be stupid. Alright, listen, hard stop. If we're trying to escape Lane, why would we take a ship that Lane gave us? You're telling me that not even a millisecond a thought would go through your head and be like, oh, maybe he's got safeguards or tracking or something because it's his fucking ship. No, this is stupid already. Get that door open, he pats you on the shoulder. I know you can do this. Seraphin kicks off hard and glides into the docks. Over here, shitheads, he bellows to the guards as he barrels through. Okay, also, that's really stupid. It only works in, like, TV. You can't just yell at people and be like, over here, shitheads. Like, they're immediately gonna know that you're trying to distract them. They push off from the wall, giving chase. You wait a breath, then glide across to the door they were guarding. You look, already panicked, at the tightly sealed door, its control panel locked out. You hear a shout from somewhere nearby. You need to get it open. You've got a skill check. Something about dice. Hack the door. Break the seal. We got... Well, I am an engineer, so it's like halvesies. This one's like... Halvesies it is. We got a 3. You shift to the central access panel and wrench it open. You scan over the mechanism looking for a weakness. Somewhere nearby, you hear more shouting. You reach in and grab the main latch, straining as you bend it outward. The seal releases, and you drag the door halfway open. It screeches in its metal frame as you pull. Go, go! Seraphin flies past you through the doorway into the docking tunnel. You turn to see the 2 guards approaching fast across the dock and quickly glide after Seraphin. Why didn't we close it? Can't see... Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Maybe I should be on the other side. There's an idea. Yeah, it was just a choice. The rig's door scissors open, and you both rush inside. Quickly, Seraphin grabs you by the arm and drags you to the cockpit, the ship's layout hazy in your mind. He dumps you in a flight seat and straps himself into his own. Did we close the door, though? You see him tap a series of buttons as he does, talking to himself. Come on! The rig's drive rumbles into life, and Seraphin slams a button on the console. You feel the force of the ship's acceleration as it pulls away. Boof. We just ripped the docking port right off of us. As the ship glides into place on the connecting bridge, its automatic system nudged by the port docking protocols, you feel a sense of relief. Seraphin burned hard at a dark side, and you dropped in and out of consciousness in your seat as the rig made its way across the belt. But now, with open space between you and Lane, you feel refresher, more awake. Seraphin breaks the silence. We're good, Sleeper. Can I have a real name? Does it have to be Sleeper? His eyes don't leave the monitor, and you realize this part of your escape is routine for him. You and he must have docked this ship countless times in your work for Lane. The problem is you don't remember any of them. We made it, he whispers, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh. He shakes his head and then unclips from the pilot's seat. Right? Like, where did we go? We couldn't have gone far. You know, he's totally gonna know where we went. Seraphin reaches up, flicking through a set of switches in a practiced fashion, completing the shutdown. You watch, a little frustrated with your own uselessness. Running the rig, you realize, is just another thing you've forgotten. A clunk that runs through the walls of a ship is followed by a short percussive alarm tone from the pilot's console. Docking complete. Seraphin kicks off from his seat, twisting as he glides past you towards the back of the cockpit. His hands find the rails on either side of the door and he pauses, facing into the corridor beyond. He turns back to you, backlit and cold. How do you say this word again? Is it cyan? Cyan? Yeah. Cyan. I would always say cayenne. I don't know why, just the hard K when it's a C. Cold cayenne. Mmm, cayenne pepper. We need a plan, he glances around. Lane's not gonna let us slip away quietly, he sighs. We keep running. That's what it feels like, right? That we can never get far enough away from that shithead. You see a shiver run through him and know that he suffered as much as you did under Lane. We have bought ourselves some time, he glances through the cockpit window at the blinking lights of the station. You may not remember Hexport, but I do. And there are plenty of opportunities here for us. If we can keep our heads down, he turns back to the corridor, that's what we'll do. He pushes off and glides toward the main lock, and you follow, pulling yourself along, hand over hand in zero gravity. We already emptied the tank on this thing. He slaps a hand against the ship's insides, so we need to refuel, and that won't be cheap. But if you and I know one thing, Sleeper, it's how to work. I'm gonna get myself reacquainted, see if I can turn up any old connections. People that might throw us an easy contract. You, he glances back over his shoulder, you keep out of trouble. Low profile, got it. Stopping the reboot halfway through, he pulls a worn crew jacket from a locker and starts pulling it on. We don't know what that did to you. He jams an arm into his sleeve. I don't want you passing out in. He stops. I'll be fine. Yup. He just grabs another crew jacket and thrusts it at you. Then put the damn hood up, will you? Just take it and slip it on. Thank you. I do have manners. Seraphin nods. He stabs at the button to open the lock. The inner door hisses open and Seraphin glides through. Wait for a little bit, then leave. Anyone looking for us will be looking for two people traveling together. He looks at you in your worn crew jacket, a limited disguise for what is clearly a sleeper. We meet back here later. Any trouble? Same thing. Meet here. He surveys your disguise again and shakes his head. This is a shitty idea. He gives you one last look. Maybe find yourself something to eat. Suddenly, you recognize Seraphin's instinct to look after you. A flash of relationship now lost to the reboot. Catch. Seraphin throws a handful of something towards you, and it hits you in the eye, and you're blinded. Oh, I don't have to roll a d6. You manage to grab the projectiles, and when you open your hand, you see a stack of cryo chits. Those should get you some food. We'll need some more fuel and supplies, he grimaces. That means odd jobs on the station for both of us. Seraphin kicks off and glides down the docking bridge. Don't go too far, all right? Take it slow. And with that, he is gone. All right, make a plan. You try to think ahead of what might be coming. You need work. That's the first step, but what then? Yeah, You shake the thoughts. Let's go. Work, work. Work, work. Welcome to Citizen Sleeper 2. The game runs in cycles during which you can perform actions with your dice, use cryo to buy food, supplies, fuel, and items, progress clocks toward new scenes and events. You can review tutorials at any time. Thank you. Thank you for the dice that I have. I have some dice. The rig is your ship and home in the Starward Belt. While the rig is docked at a hub, there are multiple areas you can visit. Use dice to reduce stress. Use supplies to regain energy. Other locations will unlock as you play. While the rig is in dock at a hub, your crew will also help to gather resources to contribute to the upkeep of the ship. You can choose which resources they should focus on in the crew task menu to the left. They have a random chance of acquiring it at the beginning of the following cycle. Cool. This clock is a cycle clock. It will progress toward an event each cycle. Its completion will trigger... Thanks, I was reading that. It will trigger something. You know? They didn't explain why some of these dice are half full, or why there's 3 pips under, or why there's 3 pips here. They didn't explain any of this at all. We got a map. We got docks. Not much to do. In Citizen Sleeper 2, you will perform actions by assigning action dice to them. The higher the dice you assign, the more likely you will succeed. But your dice will be modified by your skill. Your skill modifier for the action is displayed on the right and will reduce or increase the value. Like skill checks, dice actions have 3 outcomes: positive, negative, and neutral. Each action is also rated safe, risky, or dangerous. For more information, read the guide. Danger, Will Robinson, but this is an engineer task. Put a 1 in there. Oof. Put a 4 in there. Oof. Interesting. I'll take a 25% chance of something bad. You did a thing! Neutral outcome. You just progressed a clock. Clocks track your progress towards both positive and negative cycles. Oh, now you didn't automatically close. Fuck you. How could you do that to me? Hello, trade area. Buy fuel. Input 5 cryo. Where's my cryo? Oh, it's down at the bottom. We did it! We have 1 fuel! We can go! Woo! Oh, Phil. Oh, it's different. Oh, Phil. Did this go... Was this 25? Did it go down? I'm curious. Oh, it did. Okay, good. Just want to make sure I don't overpay on fuel. That would be bullshit. Oh, I don't have enough. Hello, Docs. Do I not have this skill? Oh, I do not. Let's explore. Neutral outcome. New location discovered. We found the Benz. Here you can eat in exchange for cryo. Eating gives you energy and stops you starving. Different foods give different amounts of energy. Thanks for that. Gambling game played with custom magnetic dice. Chits are stashed in symbol marked cans, and winning is ruthlessly luck-based. And then buy some fries. I love it. I know! Do some gambling? How much you want to gamble? Super risky. I got the neutral outcome! I had a 50-50. Thanks for that. Whee! Impress the brokers. Negative outcome. Womp, 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 womp. Didn't look like anything bad happened anyway. Everything's fine. Where's my I'm gonna starve button? Make a meal. Where's my, is this my stress? Like, they talk to me about stress like I know what that is. Welcome to the character screen! On the left, you can upgrade your skills. On the right, you can upgrade your push. When upgrading your push, only 1 upgrade at a time can be active. Okay, sure, but what's my stress? I need 4. I don't have 4. What's this? What's this bar? So many things not explained. Oh, I see. I see. So as I do things... Sorry, I'm blocking this. I choose what my crew is doing. And so I choose... He does odd jobs to get money. So every time I do a cycle, maybe some money, I'm guessing. Alright, well, let's do some more trading of scrap. Since I'm an engineer and all that. Boom, I did the thing. You have used all your dice for this cycle. You need to end the cycle at your ship to re-roll them. Yes, of course. End cycle. You've used all your energy and are now starving. While starving, you gain 1 stress per cycle. And any energy loss accrues stress. I was still reading that. There was another sentence. They must expect you to be a speed reader. We're in trouble, sleeper. Seraphim leans into the bunks as you're getting up. Without further explanation, he disappears down the corridor towards the rear of the ship. You drift out into the passage, pulling on your clothes and glide down the length of the rig, the cool air making you shiver. Seraphim is a silhouette silently leading the way. He stops at the far end, diverting through a side door, shooting you a glance as he does. You and Seraphim inside, holding one of a triangle of wait, what? You find Seraphim inside, holding one of a tangle of arm-thick tubes that are waving in the zero-G engine room. You know what these are? No. These are the engine's feed lines. He waves one in the air, and before you ask, no, they aren't supposed to be waggling loose. What happened? These must have broken loose when we pushed the ship hard on our way out of Darkside. Yeah, sure. There's a saboteur aboard. We are lucky the reserve tank is empty, otherwise it would have been bad. But he pushes the pipe to the side. No feed from the reserve tank means that the rig's range is limited to the local region only. He thumps the large lumpen housing of the engine. This thing can't take us anywhere far. So we fix it? That's the short of it. Seraphim whacks the engine housing again, harder this time. Just not been our run of luck. He turns and starts gathering the tangled feed lines, his frustration evident in the violence of his movements. We will need a new set of these, that's for sure. He starts forcing them into a crate. So how about you try to track them down? Take a look at things here and see if I can figure out a fix for the reserve tank. He glances up from his work. From what I've heard on Hexport, Factory Row is the place to find ship fitters. Maybe you can do some recon while I sort this out. It's on the other end of the station. Wait, there's something else. He drops the feed lines and they float, weaving in the air like tubular seaweeds. I've heard word that Lane's on the hunt. He frowns. A message went out everywhere in the local radius of Darkside. He's looking for us. Shit. You said it, which is why we need those feed lines. I'm gonna try to work something out. Maybe I can improvise a solution. I don't know. I'm no ship fitter. But while I do, you go hunting. See what you can turn up, okay? Get going. You leave the engine room, the clanking sound of Seraphim's cleanup efforts echoing through the ship. Fuel feed lines, that's the next step. You take a deep breath and head out. Hello, Box Plot, good to see you. You have discovered a drive. Drives help you track and choose your objectives. The arrow button in the top left opens your drive. So you mean a quest? It's a quest. They didn't want to call it a quest? They were like, it's a drive. Got it. There's reading, but it's a lot of dice rolling too. It's okay, don't worry about it. I will do the reading. You just have to fall asleep to my voice. All right, so how do I make myself not starving? Make a meal. There we go. Yay! I am no longer starving. Yeah, there was definitely some gambling. 100% there was gambling. Factory Row, hello over here. All right, so we got the factory owners and workers. I don't have Endure, but I do have like level 1 into it, I'm pretty sure. Oof. I'll take the 25% chance negative. Boop. Negative. Boo. Also, trusted supplier went... Oh, this time. I see. I guess it wasn't that bad. Let's try again. Neutral outcome. Thank you. New location discovered. I have engineer. The scrapyard shift. Man, I have some really shitty dice. $10 cryo. Yeah, thanks. Can't really do much here. Yeah, that's a bad one. And then sell some scrap. Well, I don't have any scrap. So where are the ship fitters, yo? I guess I gotta keep getting them to trust me. That's not good. I'm not gonna half negative. Boo, boo, boo. Do a little exploring. Hope it's not all that bad. Neutral outcome. We found a new location. What did we find? The warehouses. Can we rob them? Freight loading. Yeah, I don't have that skill. Yeah, like, half chance you screw up. I've only got a 1. What am I gonna do with a 1? a 1's not gonna let me do shit. I guess we'll just do the engineering thing again. Where is it? Is it gone? Wasn't it right there? It's gone. It disappeared. Uh-oh. Well, that's too bad. I guess because the timer, the circle finished, so I can't do any more of those things. What can I do with this? Can I just get rid of it? Oh, I can use it here. Yay, I reduced stress. I don't think I had any. I don't think I had any stress. He didn't even get us a supply. I told you to do supplies and he didn't even bother. This guy sucks. Well, we gotta go eat something then. Where was the food? The canteen. 13 bucks. No, there was a cheaper one somewhere. 7 doll hairs. That's it. 2 energy. Oh, that's terrible. That was not worth my time, really. 100% positive. All right, let's head back over here. Woo, you did it. I did a thing. Factory Row howls as you glide through its cramped passages. Whatever its many bays and rooms once were, they now serve as containers for industry of every kind. Whirling manufactories precisely engineer components with rapidly shifting arms, while scrappers hammer incessantly at bent ship plates. Everywhere you look, there is energy and activity, and for good reason. Hexport itself is built on the derelict fragments of a solar reflector, and even the small amount of energy generated by its remaining mirrors, it is enough to power a city of machines. It is familiar to you, of course, in a strange, far-off way, because of Darkside. That place and your memories of it are a muddy haze, but it is hard to forget the glint of its hexagonal reflectors 10 or 20 times more than number of Hexports, and that wild, flickering city glowing on the back like a tumor. In comparison, Hexport feels provincial, but deep in Factory Row, you can almost be back in Darkside. And then you see them, tubes just like those Seraphon had waved in your face, the feed lines. You push over to the display window of the unit marked Kirsten's Supply in block capitals cut from hull plate. There, amongst an angled shelf of oversized ship components, sit the feed lines, some large biomechanical tangle of snakes. It's a trap! You slip inside, where the sound of Factory Row is a little screen, and spot a large figure working at a bench, hunched over, concentrating. It seems he doesn't notice you enter. I will wait. You let him work, watching, because I'm Canadian, I'm very polite. You let him work, watching as, despite his heavy build, he delicately aligns the components, their layers slotting like puzzle pieces. After a few moments of observing the process, he turns his head a little towards you. Can I help you? His accent is heavy, but unknown to you. Nice place you have. You see his little reaction from the profile of Kirsten's face. He grunts. Something you need? Before you can respond, he tracks your eyes to the feed lines in the window. He looks back at you with a subtly changed expression, one you can't quite place. He turns with surprising grace and begins cleaning his hands on a cloth. Those sharp eyes can scan you, but Kirsten's thickest features do not betray the results of his assessment. Custom built those for a client that never collected. He looks at his hands while he speaks, checking for stray oil stains. You have one of the old MEVs, then? He sounds out the letters in a way you don't recognize as he speaks. You try to recall anything you know about your ship, but the memories elude you. Perhaps Seraphon should have come along. I think so. Right. Look. Karsten drifts over to you where you're standing, his imposing height evident. For a fellow enthusiast like you, he continues in a distinctive monotone, let's say a few hundred cryo on clean chits. He shoots a glance at the feed line. 400, let's say, to be precise. I don't have 400. It's expensive, I know. It's a shame, but it's just what they are worth. He screws up his mouth a little into something there might be a smile. However, I'm more of the bartering type myself anyway. Barter sounds good. There's a little favor I need a crew for, and well, you look like you might be a good fit. He tucks the cloth away in a pocket and clasps his hands. I know of an old Solheim wreck out there, very old, pre-collapse. It's tucked away in a dead zone, so no one has ever really cut it. Not only that, but Solheim derelicts have a habit of triggering nasty security protocols when approached by an unfamiliar ship, so it's been left well alone. But a salvager like you, with an old Solheim rig, I bet it wouldn't even flinch if it saw you coming. I have a special interest, a need for that old tech. All those Solheim ships had a data core, and while I don't care about the accounting reports or material ledgers or whatever they kept on the damn thing, I do care about the hardware. So if I was to find you back here with that data core in your cargo hold, clean cut and complete, well then, I could see my way to doing a straight barter for those feed lines. Don't I need the feed lines to even get there, though? Karsten pauses, sniffs the air again. You'd need the coordinates. Simple as that? Simple as that. So, you interested? Because I'm a busy man. Yeah. Alright then. He holds out a heavy hand for you to shake, and then you automatically reach out. He grabs your forearm instead. Karsten peers you closer, squeezing your arm. Let's keep this one between us, alright? He half smiles, his face huge and close. It's our deal. Before you can respond, he thumbs a little drive into your palm. Those coordinates. And then he lets go of your arm with what you swear is a wink. You take a moment to gather yourself, and by the time you do, a whirring fills the air, Karsten having returned to his workbench. You turn and glide out of Karsten's supply with a growing mix of anxiety and excitement in the pit of your stomach, and the cacophony of Factory Row in your ears. A contract. Seraphim might even be impressed. You look at the drive in your palm and smile. This could be a road out, or a virus! You think of leaving this place behind, in possession of an improved ship, too. Suddenly, a small but firm hand falls on your back, an equally small voice coming with it. Hey, hey, wait up! You turn in the passage to see a young woman, her hair waving from the rapid glide she clearly just come out to catch you. She steadies herself, using your shoulder. Sorry, she smiles a quick and flat smile. Wanted to catch you. I'm Junie. Her dark eyes flick around nervously. You notice the portable terminal she carries, something data scrappers call a deck, and her backpack full of components and trailing wires. Do I know you? She paused, confused by the question. No. Karsten, she stalls, still catching her breath. He sent me to grab you. She smiles, that flat smile again. Wants me to come with you on that job. Her eyes shoot down to the drive at the palm of your hand. She smiles again. Are you sure? That's what he said. I don't believe you. Exactly. Never plug that into a computer. Karsten's always sending me on things like this. I guess he wants me to help you out. I can be pretty helpful. So, she looks around the passage. Should I meet you at your ship and you can tell me when you're ready to go? No. She looks nervous. Sure, I mean, you aren't sure when you're leaving? I'm not sure you're coming. She pauses, thinking, I mean, Karsten said I need to go. She glances back at the shop's direction, and he doesn't get pretty mad when people don't do what he asks. Let's see. Okay, Karsten doesn't like waiting, but it's up to you. Junie pushes off and waves. Looking forward to working with you, she calls back as an afterthought. You watch her disappear down the passage. Things are getting complicated already, but at least you have a contract and a way to get feed lines. Junie clearly works with data based on the gear she was lugging around, which might make her useful when it comes to pulling out a data core. But the question is, what does she get out of it, and why did Karsten mention her sooner? Yeah, so, listen. The fact that I can't just not bring her with me is kind of alarming. You know, so I clearly know that this is not going to work out correctly, because if she were going to be coming with me, she would have the coordinates. You know, she was not being sent by him at all. He gave me the coordinates, assuming that they are the coordinates. He wouldn't need to send her, right? And if he were to send her, she'd have the coordinates. He wouldn't have given them to me. This already is just like a red flag. And the fact that I'm some super advanced sleeper that can't figure this out is unfortunate. I don't know about this, sleeper. Seraphim looks nervously out the rig's window as you finish explaining Karsten's deal, as well as Junie's offer to help. If this job was easy, Karsten would have done it himself already. That means there's a catch. And there's definitely something going on with this Junie girl. I agree. Let's get rid of her. No such thing. This is the belt. That means someone's getting dicked over in all this. We just have to make sure it isn't us. What if we could get the cryo together to buy the feed lines? Is that even possible? I found a contract board at the exchange further in station. He gestures towards Heckport. We take on a job that might get us some of the way towards buying those feed lines. Plus, even if we do want to take Kirsten's job, a bit of money to get ourselves prepared wouldn't be a bad idea. Fill up on fuel supplies, be ready for whatever comes. Okay. While you're at it, you might want to see if you can scare up some freelance crew, too. Many hands make light work and all that. Or we stop messing around, we take Carson's job right now and get it done before you can think twice. Seems like a whole set of bad options to me. Either way, I've still got work to do on the drive. Let me know when you decide. Suddenly you curl up, pain shooting along your spine. You grit your teeth, your muscles lock tight, your vision narrows as you squeeze your eyes shut. You feel a shift, as if some connection has broken. It's almost impossible to describe, like you were floating away from your body, dispersing, dissolving. There is nothing familiar in the pain, nothing to hold on to. You grit your teeth. And then another shift comes as you are back in your body, trembling against the metal wall of the passage. The pain slowly fades, becoming a pulsing throb and then a residual flicker. You flex in 0G, stretching out the tension. There's a strange sensation of distance that persists beyond the pain, a disconnection between your body and yourself, a flickering numbness that refuses to recede. You wonder if the reboot has done something to your body, or if this is some new sensation you will have to live with indefinitely. It strikes you that you know so little about the body that houses you. It could be moments away from collapse, or it might persevere for countless cycles like this. You try to shake off the feeling, pushing your hands against each other until they feel like they are yours again. Time is the only thing you need, and right now, it feels like it's running out fast. Bum, bum, bum. You have unlocked a contract. Open the map screen to view it. Map. Contracts are high-risk, high-reward jobs that you and your crew can take on. Contracts require preparation and care to succeed. Gather enough fuel, gather as many supplies, look for opportunities to recruit crew. Consider which crew to take carefully. They have different skills and stress. Once you are ready, you can go do the thing. Yes, you go do the thing. So can I talk to him? I can't even talk to him to ask if this person is legitimate. Don't like that. Contract board. Hello, contract board. What is a Conway signal? Okay, give me the coordinates. Thanks. I have no money now. I am poor. Oof. That's pretty bad. Is there nothing that I can do with my engineering skill? Oh yeah, right here. Scrapyard shift.
We interrupt this program for a very important announcement. A hat has been redeemed.
Positive outcome! We got some money! Was there a cat in here? I think I scared a cat. Is he? Oh, Arthas is in here! One of my hats fell, and I saw a shadow move. Hi, buddy! He's trying to get some treats out of his treat container. Oh, he's looking at me. He's looking under the green screen. Hello! Hi, why don't you come here and say hi to everyone? No? That's how it's gonna be? He just wants treats. Look at this guy. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, it's not even a real mouse. No, we would never give him a real mouse. Crazy. Crazy. He has seen a real mouse though. We've had a mouse in the house before. A mouse in the house. Anyway, where do I get this scrap? If I'm doing scrapyard shift, why don't I get scrap? Weird, but whatever. 100% positive. Boom, give me all that money. Even more money. Money. Now I can go and buy some supplies and stuff. 1 supply. The rest of our fuel looking good. And, what can I do with this 6? Am I only gonna win 5 from this? This might be a waste. 9. Yeah, that was a waste. I wish it would kind of tell you, like, what the chance of winning or something is. So, yeah, source supplies, if you could, please. He didn't get any supplies. Does he do anything? Seraphim, do you do anything right now? This guy's useless. Well, let's go get a little bit more money. I can put my 1 in there and it turns into a 2. I wonder what the negative one is. Oh, I got neutral. Nice. I didn't want to see the negative anyway. I am starving. You have gained some stress. Listen, I'll be fine. That's lots of supplies. Not as many as I would like to have, but, you know. Oh yeah, what's the other thing you want? Explore. There we go. Finished that area and we found somewhere else. As you are gliding across the docking concourse, you hear a scuffle. The noise of raised voices cuts through the conversation, drifting out of the dockside shops. Glancing down an alley, you see a huddle of figures shouting back and forth. You spot one man in the middle of the group, surrounded, pushing the others back as they grab at the bags slung over his shoulder. You don't like the way this looks, but then again, Seraphim told you to keep your head down. I know. It's not my problem. You slip back from the alley entrance a little, pressing yourself against the wall. This is not your fight. You look around to see if anyone might be coming, but most of the spacers are near the docks. You hear a shout and a series of impacts, and you turn back to the alley to see figures gliding straight down it toward you. You pull back as they shoot out and disperse in the crowds, a bag in one of their hands. Moments later, an imposing figure follows them out, stopping at a threshold to try and spot where the assailants went. He turns to you, suddenly spotting you lurking by the wall. You see those scumbags? The man shakes his head. Bunch of cowards. They're headed in the docks. He squints at you, perhaps noticing you are a sleeper. New here? I could lie. Just arrived. The man laughs. He jabs a thumb over his shoulder at the alley. Welcome to Hexport. The man pauses. I gotta ask, you didn't have anything to do with those guys back there, did you? No. Alright. Had to ask. The man pats his chest. I'm Femi. He unshoulders one of the bags. He pushes it towards you. Here, make yourself useful. Let's head. Let's head. I don't want to head anybody, sir. Thiefsty, good to see you. You get the strap of the bag over your shoulder and follow him through the docks, gliding past the concourse towards the connecting bridges. He cuts down a side passage, looking back to check you are following. Then he stops at a docking bridge connecting to a dull green ship with yellow markings. You look out the viewing window at its odd catamaran-like shape, seemingly built from two separate hulls welded together. Symbol Crash, he says, and you assume that's the ship's name. Femi, you bringing in strays? A young woman, brightly dressed and stretching as she glides, drifts into the passage. She glances at you. No offense. Well, Naya, if you'd come to help, I wouldn't need to find a porter. He glances at you. No offense. Naya sighs. What are you on about? She glances at you. I'm sorry for my brother, for whatever he did. Uh-oh, I hear another cat. Oh, they're not here, but they might be talking out there. Naya, Femi murmurs, enough now. He reaches over and takes the bag that you were carrying. Naya rolls her eyes at you, but stays silent. Factory Row wouldn't take these. Femi hefts the bag. I'm gonna load him back up. Maybe we'll find a use for him. Sleeper, he shoots back at you. Take my advice. Stop hanging around the docks like a stray. He slaps the button for the bridge door and kicks off along the docking bridge on his way to the Simple Crash. Naya eyes you nervously. Did my brother promise you payment? I'm sorry, we don't have much to give. Nothing like that. Oh, okay. Did something happen? Your brother was attacked. Really? Naya shakes her head. My brother does have a habit of getting into trouble. It wasn't his fault. Are you sure about that? Things have been a little difficult. She sighs. Sleeper, can I ask you something? Sure. She takes a deep breath, then gives you a direct look. What is she building up to? Are you looking for crew? Sorry to be direct, but you seem like, well, if you are on Hexport, maybe you are with a crew. I mean, maybe your crew needs crew. Maybe you are looking? I am. She struggles to hide her smile. Naya looks back at the ship, then at you. Look, I'll be honest, being on a crew with my brother is nice, but he is suffocating me. I'm not a kid anymore, you know, but he still sees me like one. I want to show him I can handle myself. I need experience. I need to run some contracts. She gives you a determined look. What do you say? Shouldn't I ask your brother? I knew that was the wrong answer, and that's why I picked it. That is exactly the point. She shakes her head. No, you should not have to ask my brother. Sorry. I'm a good salvager, all right? You can use me. I can spot things, find gaps, ways in. She folds her arms across her chest. I know what I'm doing. Femi taught me well. She glances back at the ship. Just consider it, all right? Let me prove myself. Suddenly, a shout comes from the ship, echoing down the passage. Femi. He makes both of you nervous. Naya looks in his direction. I should go. She pushes up toward the docking bridge. I'll be waiting. Naya gives you one last glance as she departs, then disappears on the docking bridge, leaving you alone in the passage. Apparently people don't really give a shit about sleepers. Like, they didn't even anything. Also, I have a point. I have 1 point. So I can't do anything because I need at least 2 points. So, you know. Thanks, I guess. Can you get me some supplies? Like, actually get me some supplies? That'd be nice. Because then I don't have to buy them. They're kind of expensive. He did not get me any supplies. I hate this guy. Alright, so we've got... Also, is there like the ability to save scum? Doesn't look like it. Womp womp. So we've got our contract over here. It's gonna use 2 fuel. Alright, how would it go over there? 3 fuel. We wouldn't even have enough fuel to get back! We can only hold 5 fuel! That doesn't even fucking make sense. So 2 fuel, let's go. Sure, you can come with me. Let's go. So we need these fuel lines, but not really? It's a drone. Seraphim spots the signal source first, the light barely shimmering off its dark hull plating. A design trait that portrays its covert use. A flash catches your attention, and you see a rent in the hull through which red lights pulse. Wounded. Seraphim shakes his head. Wish they'd finished the job. You've seen one before? We've seen one before, don't you? Sorry, I know it isn't your fault. He looks at the drone. Lane had us work on one in Darkside Bay, though it was barely a shell. Disarmed and deactivated, he had us searching through its guts for salvage. Even that one gave me the creeps, and it had its core ripped out. This one's still live. Conway, corporate scum. You glance over at her and see the fire in her bright eyes. They don't even dare to come here and force us out themselves. It's all proxies and drones. Typical core-bred cowards. Running them before? You might say that. You won't see me taking my eyes off that thing for a second. Seraphim carefully guides the ship closer. You watch the drone. System is full of these things now, running missions for their operators. Rare to see one out in the belt, though. Maybe got hit during a run-in with Senate stat mercs. It looks like it's drifting. Most of the system's blown out, but look there. He jabs a finger toward a red light on the far side of the drone. It's still broadcasting and maybe even receiving. What I remember from the dark side job is that the central core and the broadcast array need to be shut off to kill these things. Core will turn off local systems and the broadcast array will sever the link with the convoy operators. But we can bet those systems are protected. Your attention is suddenly drawn by a shudder from the drone, like a tremor running along its length. This thing is rigged to blow, Sleeper, he frowns. We go slow and careful, and we don't touch anything we don't know about. He turns back to Naya. You hear that? I got you. Seraphim brings the rig to a stop, close enough for you to cross through open space and reach the drone's hull. Let's suit up. You head down to the airlock to prepare. As you get suited up, you think of the corporate war taking place in the inner system, the war that this drone was driven from. Out here on the shore of the conflict, the biggest danger is that this flotsam and jetsam drifting in with the tides and orbits of the system might, one cycle, bring the war with it. For now, the belt is outside of its reach, but looking out at the red pulsing drone, that doesn't give you much comfort. Then welcome to your first contract! While on a contract, you'll be able to assign 2 dice for each crew member, as you would assign your own dice. Yay! Pay attention to the crew's skills and use them effectively. On certain outcomes, crew will take crew stress. When the stress is full, you will no longer be able to use them to perform actions. While on a contract, your energy bar will automatically be supplied for each cycle that you have available supplies. When your supplies are depleted, both you and your crew will take 1 stress per cycle. Contracts also have their own contract stress. When this bar is filled, the contract will fail. Where's the contract stress? Oh, right here. Rig to blow. So we've got the outside and we've got the access hatch. I am an engineer. Why is it like no blue, no green? Like, cause she's green? Oh, okay. I'm yellow. I got it. It's like a 3-player game. I'm yellow and they're blue and she's green. I see, I see. Alright, well, engineering might be the most logical thing to do because I have the oh no, she's got a higher roll. Is there anything green? Oh yeah, right here, right here. 100% positive. What if we use a 4 instead? Okay, yeah, that's better. I'll take a positive and neutral. It seems the yellow cabling is part of the broadcast system. Following it may be the key. Oh, that's it? Oh, I thought that was gonna, like, let us in. Ah ha 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 ha. So we're trying to get broadcast access, I assume? Okay, hold on. Then do that over there. And maybe neutral again. Throw mine in there. Positive. We do love some positives. Neutral. We'll get a positive here. And then we're kind of done with that for now. There's like a good chance this screws up. Added some stress. Oh, me stress even. Wow, you got some really shitty rolls there, bro. Some 2s. Thanks, though. Alright, she'll be able to get us through this. Can I use her green up here? No. So there's our broadcast access. You hear the bleeping immediately. Among the chambers and cabling of the drone's interior, something has started counting down. Guys, does anyone else hear that? Because I'm getting nervous. Shit. This is what I was worried about. Are we screwed? I can't be sure. Seraphim has dropped his voice to a whisper, as if that might make a difference. Either this thing is about to send out a distress call, or it's about to blow. We've got to shut the system down fast. Then we move on to the other side, because I bet you there's a surprise waiting for us there, too. We good? Am I heading back to the ship or what? We're good. We keep going. He shuts off the channel. You take a moment in the silence. Alright. Time to deal with this fast, then get over to the other side before something happens. I see. So, like, if I did this... This kind of suggests that I need to do both. Shut down the broadcast away once both are done. Disable the core. Alright, well, let's start with this. And... don't get negative. Negative, no! Boo. That's better. Okay, so array is disabled. Now we gotta get inside here. Of which apparently I'm the only one that can do this, which is hilarious. Like, I'm gonna get positive on both, but I'll just stick with being an engineer. Oh, it gave me 3 even. During a contract, you can use your push ability once per cycle to give you an edge in tricky situations. Pushing accrues 1 stress will give you a key advantage based on your chosen class. You can see your current push configuration if you hold your mouse over the button and on the character screen. Your push cannot be used at the hub, but when at the hub, it can be upgraded. Thank you? I don't know what you just said. Something about my... oh, right here. +2 to my lowest die. That should say die rather than dice, but whatever. Well, that's useful, I guess. Oh, thank you, a 6 this time. If only that were useful, because there's no blues. This jokester. Thank you, and then we need 2 more. We're in! So now we need to disconnect the backup. Again, it's green and yellow, not blue. Don't screw up! Alright, I'll take a neutral. Come on, positive! Damn it. What a positive. Here, I'll use your blue. Never mind, I will not. I guess I could have just did that first. And save a dice. The thrumming, pulsing interior of the drone goes still for the first time since you boarded it. You look across at Seraphim and Naya and share a smile. You all exhale so loudly it can be heard over the suit's shared comm channel. The drone is dead. One less piece of Conway's shit to worry about. We killed it. Don't get too excited. It was looking pretty rough when we got here. You make your way back out to the hull, the drone now faintly rolling in one direction, its stabilizers offline. Naya catches up with you as she glides towards the rig. We make a pretty good crew, Sleeper. We do. She punches me in the arm playfully. That's mean. You reach the rig's airlock and take one last look at the drone's dark hull. It catches the light as it rolls in the vacuum. We didn't, like, take anything from it? We didn't, like, salvage anything? At some point in the near future, this drone will likely be smashed to pieces by one of the many asteroids of the belt, spread across the place as twinkling dust. The thought pleases you. As does the thought of all that cryo Hexport now owes you. Time to go collect. But again, like... -5 stress during travel. Nice. Oh, you don't need fuel on your way back. Oh, okay, that's good. After docking a Hexport, Seraphim lets go of the controls and leans back in his chair. Naya leans over to you. Thank you, Sleeper. I know you took a chance on me. Glad to have you. Feels good to make a contract work, no matter how we pull it off. It's hard not to agree, and it feels better when the Hexport courier comes with a lockbox full of chits. Lane may still be hunting you, but this should help the effort to slip his net. Suddenly, you hear a familiar voice. Naya! Femi glides into view, approaching from the docks. He fixes you with a stare. What are you playing at, Sleeper? Naya wanted to come. You go to speak, but Naya drifts forward, cutting you off. Don't come throwing your weight around, Femi. I can make my own decisions. Sleeper took me at my word, and I'm grateful. Did they know? He turns to you. Well, if you're working for Sleeper, I hope they paid you well. Well, I asked, so... Oh, so they aren't paying you? Seraphim crosses his arms. Let's keep this civil. You realize this is the first time he is meeting Femi. If we are being civil, seems like Naya is owed her share. I agree. You grab around a quarter of the chits from the lockbox and hold them out to Naya. She takes them sheepishly. All right, then. We're good here. Naya mouths a sorry and follows Femi across the docks. Seraphim watches them go. You sure know how to pick 'em, Sleeper. He turns away and heads back along the docking bridge. I just hope we aren't going to end up a stack of cryo short when we need to get out of here. Yeah, it's cool. It's just a little bit. You just completed a drive and earned an upgrade point. Whoa! No way! No, I want to read more information about it. Oh, you have no more info. Okay. So, -1 stress on focus die, positive outcome? What does that fucking mean? -1 stress on focused die, positive outcome. So, when I use my push on a die, it's gonna be -2 stress? I'm gonna assume that's what it's trying to tell me. I'd rather have these skill points over here, honestly. Alright, do we got another contract over here? There's no other contracts. Wow, so we don't have a choice but to do the other one. Alright, fill up with fuel. Fill with supplies. Can I, like, do all of the things and then leave? I wonder. So I can't use push on the hub, okay. Yay, money! I don't think there's anything else to, like, explore here. I think I've found everything. Yeah, there's no more countdown timers anywhere. So, guess I'll just use it here. More money! I do love me some money. No negatives. Aww. I mean, I guess it wasn't that bad, but... Oh my god, another one! Alright, whatever. So we go do this one then. Why can't I bring her? Why? I don't want to bring her. I genuinely do not want to bring her. Because I feel like she's not supposed to be there. We're just gonna hard mode it, I guess. The Solheim derelict fills the cockpit windows, all twisted plates and skeletal strutwork. You watched it in horror and fascination as Seraphon completed the approach, both of you silent in the presence of this decaying beast. Now, as you settle beside it, Seraphon is the first to break the silence. This thing is already dead. He shakes his head. It's a corpse, Sleeper. He nudges the ship closer, looking for a place to dock. I touch this thing too hard, it'll crumble to dust. What were you expecting? I was expecting a scrap contract, like you said, not a death trap. The decaying, twisted remains of the derelict are hard to parse at first, but as you look over its surface, you get a vague sense of the ship's plan. The data core you are looking for will likely be kept near the bridge, but locating it will take some thought. Another option is to ask Seraphon to take you around the wreck to assess it better, though navigating so close to the derelict may be risky. Do it anyway. Negative outcome. You glance down at the console in front of your seat, a vague memory of once having turned it into moments like this encouraging you. You tap at the controls, but it is a slow process, and you find yourself going back and forth over the same commands. You quickly become frustrated, and the atmosphere in the cockpit grows tense. It's okay, Sleeper, Seraphon offers reassuringly. I'll take a round and we'll look over the whole wreck manually. I'll go slow. Carefully, Seraphon brings the ship close to the derelict and guides it along the hull. The rig's lights ripple over the broken surface, finding gaps and cracks everywhere. It seems remarkable that the derelict is still held together. Shit, Seraphon hisses as a huge spinning piece of debris drifts in front of the cockpit. He pushes the rig down beneath it, squeezing between the debris and the hull, and as he does so, an ear-splitting screech signals the rig scraping across the derelict's skin. You freeze for a moment, waiting for the breach sirens to sound, but the moment passes and you relax. You glance at Seraphon. His face betrays no emotion. This isn't safe. Seraphon shakes his head. I'm going to find somewhere better to settle the ship, and then we'll suit up and work our way along the hull on foot. Seraphon brings the ship away from the derelict's hull an inch at a time, then slowly brings it round to settle close to a mostly intact hull plate. This section is fairly free of debris. He nudges the ship a little closer. We should be good to hold here. Seraphon unclips from his seat, and you follow suit. You both glide down towards the rear airlock in silence, Seraphon's frustration clear. As you reach the airlock, Seraphon begins suiting up. If we are lucky, that little collision hasn't started a cascade that will end with this place coming apart under our feet. Seraphon violently kicks his legs into a set of EVA trousers, irritated by his own carelessness. I'm not gonna console him. He's a big boy. The rest of the preparation process takes place in tense silence, each of you considering the delicate job ahead. You suit up too. Though you don't need a helmet to breathe, you slide one on and lock the seals for protection. This wreck isn't going to give up its salvage easily. The core should be near the bridge, maybe even inside it, but there's a lot of wreck here, and there might be a good salvage tucked away in the cargo hold. Once the suits are on and the seals are checked, you cycle the lock and stare out the vast expanse of the twisted hulk before you. Time to go to work. Alright, so we got a corroded airlock and a depressurized bay. Ooh, cargo. Yes, please. Oops. Getting into the cargo entry means breaking through the shutter remains. There's some things that will happen. There's already 2 stress. Probably from cycling around it, which is super rude. At least there's an engineer task that I can do. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Stop! Neutral. Alright, neutral's not terrible, but could have been better. Force the lock. Oh wait, let me look at what he could do here. Could he do anything here? He can. Get these cargo doors open, baby. Cargo entry open. He's got some stress. Suck it. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Neutral's not amazing, but whatever. Alright, it's open. Cargo storage. Map the bays. Oh my god, we gotta like look around. Well, I don't have anything good for this, so we'll come back to that the next cycle. We're gonna force the lock. We got some bridge entry. Alright, back at the cargo, where it seems to be... Are you serious? You gave me a bunch of fucking ones? Alright, we'll do our push. Wow, that's not as exciting as I thought it was going to be, honest. Negative outcome. Oh, is that stress for me or the ship? Oh, I think it was for me. I'll take it. That's fine. I don't want ship stress. We don't need it blowing up on us. Uh-oh. Crisis will add 1 contract stress per cycle unless resolved at the crisis location. Hull breach. Whoop whoop, whoop whoop. Only 2? That could have been better. Come on, open this door. A bunch of fucking ones. I can't believe that. Ones. 4 ones. What am I gonna do with 4 ones? Absolutely nothing is the answer. Very nice, very nice. Come on, I'm looking for positives. Yeah, that's how you do it. I mean, a neutral is fine, but there we go. We're in. Hello back here. Extract raw scrap. Perfect, other than the fact that he's not gonna do it. Yeah, so that's not gonna happen. Pop up here, we'll use this on this. Is that gonna give me 3? Only 2, but there's a plus sign. I thought it was gonna give me 3. Boo. Don't fuck up. Alright, I'll take it. Bridge is open. The bridge of the derelict lies silent. The pale beams of your suit lamps catch rows of terminals and clouds of glittering dust. Wires wave like seaweed, and the whole scene appears as if underwater. Chaotic but still. This is the second time that they've talked about wires waving like seaweed in Zero-G. Seraphim glides up beside you. He peers at you through his suit visor. Everything all right? Just assessing. Is that what you call it? Seraphim stretches in his suit. I have to admit, it's nice to be back working, especially now that we are the ones who will reap the benefits. Feels good to be taking our fate into our own hands. I know it's pretty rough here, back on Hexport, and out here we're just as likely to get shredded by debris and find the damn data core. But aren't you glad we made a break for it? He pauses and looks down, having asked the question almost by accident. I mean, I am. I just don't want to speak for you. I'm glad to. You better be. I didn't give up that little dark side cupboard I was living in for nothing. Ha ha ha. Look, once we got a bit of space behind us, once we've gone the distance, if we even manage to get that far, don't feel you owe me. I'm no charity case. You want us to go our separate ways? Fine by me. Just do me a favor by telling me to the face. I will. I will. And he's like, okay. After a moment, he shines his torch out into the dark, checking the rows of terminals all across the bridge. You watch the glittering dust as it eddies the beam. Let's get to it. You watch as he crosses the bridge, his torch probing the dark corners. You feel a chill run through your body as you imagine the people that once ran this ship. The Solheim crew, surely long dead. What was it like here before the collapse, when the system was the jewel in Solheim's crown? It's impossible to know. That history is lost to you. All you can do is pick what you can from the ruins. Alright, hi bridge. There's nothing for me to do, but I want to take a peek. I guess we both can do that one. That's good. You have taken damage to a dice because of stress. Oh, well that's not good. When your dice are rolled at the start of the cycle, your stress dictates if you take damage or not. Higher stress means a higher chance of damage. The white markers above the stress bar tell you which numbers will damage your dice when rolled. The white markers above the stress bar. Oh, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Each dice has 3 dice health. When this dice is depleted, the dice will break and must be repaired to be used normally. Oh, sure. Yeah, just throw more bullshit at me. I'm looking for positive. Let's close this up. Neutral, you son of a bitch. Alright. Breach is dealt with, although something else is going to happen in a moment anyway, so that's no fun. This is not great. I don't want to do that. Damn. Alright, I guess we're going to use our engineering dice. I guess this would have been a little easier with 3 people, that's for sure. I only have 2 supplies left. Make it 1. 1 supply left. This isn't good. Oh, it didn't. Oh, it didn't do the thing. Okay, that's good. I was expecting it to, like, break. Come on, get some raw scrap here. 1 raw scrap, but we added 2 stress. Well, that sucks. Fan-fucking-tastic. Ay, ay, ay. I don't want neutrals. I do like me some positives. That doesn't look very encouraging. Okay. Oh, he's blue. It needed to be me. Oh, that sucks. I don't have any dice left. Oh, well, I guess. Look at those shitty dice rolls, buddy. Oh, you know what? We'll just go straight to get both of them. Let's not waste time. Alright, we know where the data core is now. How long is this going to take to get it? Oh my god, too much. So we got to slice the core. The potential for damage is high. Or isolate the core. I feel like we would want it... fuck. Oh, this is gonna take fucking forever. And his rolls suck ass. We got no more supplies, which means we're gonna start taking stress. We're ripping it. We're ripping it. We're leaving. ASAP. Don't screw up. Ooh. I mean, we're gonna get a stress this next turn anyway. Here it is. We're starving. Oh. And then there was another thing back here, a fuel leak. Which means it's gonna add 2 pips the next turn. Yeah, we got some good rolls though. Not enough to just fucking let us take it. The work is done. You nervously guide the core out of the cradle, a large ball almost half your height in diameter. It glides up out of the framework that held it, connectors waving loose and cut. Seraphon whistles from somewhere behind you, the shrill sound echoing through the suit comms. Look at that! You feel a reassuring pat on your shoulder as you stabilize the core and take your hands away. Nicely done. You drift back a little and look at the floating sphere of the core. You feel a swell of pride knowing that you and Seraphon somehow extracted it from this decaying ruin intact. It catches the torchlight as it turns, its metal surface coated in dust but still shining bright beneath. As you watch, it's hard not to wonder what might be stored on such a relic from before the collapse. This system was once the jewel in Solheim's crown, everyone knows that. And then the company collapsed, forcing them to pull out completely. But when they did, so much was lost, and even more was purged by corporate protocols. Is this data core just filled with tedious reports, or is there something else in there? Seraphon taps you on the shoulder. You alright? Yeah, let's go. Blah, blah, blah. So we can leave, but I want to grab some scrap if I can. He's got a 6. Give me 2. That'd be nice. 2? 2 scrap? 1 scrap. Okay, whatever. I saw added stress. I don't know. This might screw it up. It's gonna be fitted with porn. Alien porn. Alright. We got our scrap. We're out of here. This place is blowing up. Let's go. Seraphon sighs as you arrive into Hexport. The sense of relief palpable. He completes the landing protocols and begins shutting the rig's engines off. Well, we made it. Was touch and go for a minute, but... A buzz from the console takes you both by surprise. Seraphon stares at the blinking red key for a moment before he presses it. Someone is outside. He taps a few keys and a camera view of the external airlock, now surrounded by a docking bridge, comes into view. A figure is floating there, and you both lean in to identify them. The figure looks up. It's Junie. Yeah, I knew it. Do you know this girl? I mean, you know, because I explained her early. Explain, yep. An insistence you promptly ignored. Yep, Seraphon raised an eyebrow. So you think she works for Karsten? Or is something else going on? I have no idea. Well, if she's Karsten's, we should let her in. Nope. No, we're not. We should not. You both unclip from your seats and glide down the airlock, where Junie is waiting impatiently inside. Seraphon pulls the release lever. You left me behind, Sleeper. What happened? You lied to me. The atmosphere in the passage suddenly becomes tense. Junie looks between the two of you. Look, that's part of why I am here. I don't work for Karsten. I'm sorry I told you I did. That was a mistake. I see. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Why? I thought it too would convince you to take me with you, to take me to the Solheim Data Core. But now it doesn't matter anymore. You have brought it here. What do you want with the core? Do you know how many of those cores are left intact? Like it or not, we live in Solheim's shadow in their ruins, and yet we know almost nothing. What chance do we have of understanding how we got here when the others like them? On Senestat and Conway and descending on this system? This station and most of the other habitats of the belt are built on the Solheim Foundation. Yet we are too busy scavenging them to take the time to look for answers. Men like Karsten want nothing but the raw materials of cores like the one we lost. We can do better. We could learn our history and how the system was settled. We could better learn the technology we build our lives on. We could uncover Solheim's crimes and seek to make amends. We could see beyond survival towards something else. Keep your speeches. We need the core. You aren't going anywhere near it. Karsten won't come for you if that's what you are worried about. He's ignorant and stubborn, but he isn't vengeful. This is not what we are worried about. Look. We are on the run from someone infinitely more intimidating than Karsten, but we needed that core to trade for the feed lines that we are going to take us out of their reach. Karsten doesn't deserve this treasure sleeper. All he wants to do is wipe it clean so he can use it to interface with Hexport. All that data gone. I want to extract the data to make use of it. This is the best use of the core. Contract is the contract. Please. I know this is a lot to ask, she rubs her hands together nervously. After extracting the data, core will be unusable. There's a security system that will fry the core if data duplication is attempted. I could delay it long enough to copy the data, but after that, no. Yeah, like in Cogmine. That's a fun game. Trees, good to see you. Sleeper, please. We don't have to do it like this. You heard them. Her eyes darting back and forth as if trying to calculate something in her mind. She's gonna pull out a gun. I will help you steal the feed lines. She stares at both of you with determination. We could do it together. Seraphin looks at you with raised eyebrows. It seems he is noticing the change in Junie too. Karsten is an idiot. I can hack his security and you can pull them out of there. You look tough. We can do it. Why would we do that? Hexport hasn't exactly been kind to me, but Karsten has been the least kind of all. I was trying to deal with Karsten to get those derelict coordinates from the moment I arrived here, and he ran me in circles. Maybe you think bringing him the core will work out for you, but I'm not so sure. Even if he gives you the feed lines, he will have an angle, I'm sure of it. Even if I do take you at your word, which given everything seems a little tough, how do we even do this? You are telling me we just drift in there and take the feed lines? Look, I get it. You don't trust me. I don't. But what if I have a vested interest in this working out? There's nothing left for me here, and I don't much feel like hanging around waiting for Karsten to figure out my involvement in all this. I need safe passage. You need the feed lines to grant it. So see where I'm going with this? Ah! Way too much reading for you. There's only these little spurts of reading, and then there's dice rolling. I don't know. On one hand, it's like, I knew she was lying to me from the very beginning, because as I explained, he gave me the coordinates, so if she worked for him, she would have had the coordinates. So I knew she did not work for him. They made that pretty obvious. So Wen got the core without her. Fuck her. She still wants the core. She's kind of convincing. I like the idea of there being technology behind it, I do, but at the same time, that's not going to benefit me at all in this game, I'm sure. It's not like this is a colony sim where I need that technology for something. But at the same time, if I can just take the things, take the cables, and give the core to her, that's like almost the best of both worlds. You know, I get what I needed, and she gets her core. You know, I don't know. At the same time, it's like I don't know if I like this either. It seems wrong. Not very Canadian of me. Let me give some more detail. I'll head to Factory Row and scope the place out. Meet me there and we can work out a plan. Trust me, we can find a way. We'll keep it simple. I'm not so sure. So, you can keep the core here in your hold until we are done. I can do the data copy once we leave Hexport with the feed lines installed. Call it your insurance policy. If I say no deal, do you think she'll sweeten it and give me more stuff? Also, what does there's no core even mean? Fuck. It's a deal. Thank you, Sleeper. I will make your trust worth something, I promise. Oh, she took the core. Or something. I'll go get myself set up in the bay in Factory Row. I have a good one in mind. Then when you are ready, meet me there to help get everything set up. I will take care of it, all of us. And with that, she says her goodbyes and passes through the airlock, drifting along the docking bridge towards Hexport. I'm saying nothing, Sleeper. He unclips from his seat. Either this is the kind of mess you have to go through to get to the other side, or this is the kind you never escape. Either way, we're in it now. You stare at the chaotic lights of Hexport and wonder if anything in the Starward Belt ever runs smoothly. Sleeper, we're out of time. He checks the door to the bunks and you hear faint banging on the corridor beyond. What do you mean? Lorraine, or at least his hunters. They've locked on the ship at the station. We can't release the docking bridge. Our credentials are being refused. We're trapped. Wait, my time's up? But fuck. I don't know if they know we're here, but they certainly want to get in. I reckon we have minutes before. What do we do? The feed lines are a bust. They aren't going to happen now. Our best chance is to burn out of here as fast as we can and hope our drift takes us to a station when we run out of fuel. At least we might live a few more cycles before we starve. Problem is we need to release the lock Hexport has on us. Otherwise, we aren't going anywhere. And I need to pilot the ship. So what I'm saying is I have to release the lock. Okay, bye. There's some big manual release levers inside the docking bridge itself, but to get them, you're going to have to go through the airlock. And once you do that, you'll need to get back in as the docking bridge releases. If you mess it up, you are likely to be sent spinning into the block. Alright. So that's it? So all of that conversation and it was for nothing? I'll be at the controls waiting. Alright, let's go. Blah, blah, blah. There's some people. Rush for the levers? That's not me. Cut the bridge, because I'm an engineer. You change the plan, ignoring the levers and instead reaching over the heavy-duty torch. Your fingers grasp the handle, and in one swift move, you ignite it and run along the edge of the bridge. The frame of the docking bridge glows white-hot, releasing globular sparks in the air. You push the torch harder, knowing you have little time. As the bridge shudders and twists, the frame melting away, you feel the fizz of projectiles slicing through the air around you. The hunters are firing. A scream blocks out all sound, and you feel an urgent pull tugging you away from the ship. You are close enough to the ship that you manage to kick back, away from the twisting storm of debris that the tunnel becomes. You see the dark suits of the hunters among it, retreating towards the station-side airlock. But as they do, a hail of projectiles slices across the void from the direction. You have no time to react. You are carried backward by the hunters' stun rounds, their impact shutting off whole sections of your frame. I got a broken die now. You spin towards the open airlock, your vision flashes with warning sigils, and you feel a distant throbbing pain. The final faint things you feel before you lose consciousness are the impact of your body against the interior wall of the airlock, the hiss of the cycling system, and the heavy weight of the ship in full burn. So we went and grabbed that fucking thing, and it was for no reason because we ran out of time anyway. What the? You try to move and feel a wave of flickering pain pass through your body. You flinch and steady your nerves. Am I just reading this for no reason because we're just gonna drift in space and die? Seraphine doesn't seem to have noticed you are awake. You open your mouth to speak, but no words come out. Seraphine is glancing nervously at his console. Something has him spooked. Sleeper. Lane. I know you are there. You are slipping away, but we can't have that. You don't understand why Seraphine isn't reacting to the sound of Lane's voice. Then you realize he can't hear it. The voice is in your head. I take this personally, Sleeper. After all my investment, all my care expended on you, this is how you repay me? I see a little something glinting out there. Could that be you? You don't move, you don't breathe. All you hear is Lane's voice. Something shifts in you, a sudden impetus, a will to move that is not your own. You unclip from your restraint, drifting forward towards Seraphine. You are up, take it slow, all right? There's a transmission coming out of Hexport, some kind of evac order? Let me check this. You keep moving forward. Something isn't right. You don't feel right. A numbness grows in your body, your fingers flexing without your input. You reach out towards Seraphine. No, not you. Something reaches out to Seraphine through you. He turns again to see you reaching for him, grasping at his neck. A tension flickers in his eyes. Fear. A hissing silence, then a rumbling blast. All at once, the rig screams, system seizing in electromagnetic paralysis. All at once, the rig shifts, carried on shockwave of light. Pain, then darkness. Did we lose? Was that it? You can't quite make out what's being said, and any attempt to focus causes a growing flare of pain, so you let them fill the air, unidentifiable and soft. You are floating, and so you cannot yet feel your body or its weight. The feeling is pleasant, soothing, and yet the moment you realize this, it becomes to fade. Pain shoots through your system, a reminder of the terrible damage you have suffered. It is bright, white-hot for a moment, and then gone. Something spasms in your fingers, and you flick it away. A sensation crosses the sole of your foot, and you kick your leg. A weight settles itself in your chest. You are awake. You open your eyes to light playing across the surface patterned with a stained cushioning. You are alone. The voice is replaced by the hum of air cycling, the distant clank of maintenance systems. You are alone, and this is not your ship. You jerk upwards, against the straps that hold you loosely to the berth, suddenly confronted with the last things you remember. An overwhelming numbness, and below it, an insipid animating force creeping through your mind. You pull at the straps and free yourself, floating up into the small habitation room, cushioned and worn, your mind racing. What happened? You search back and remember only Seraphine's shouts, the sudden acceleration of the rig, and then darkness. Cold light fills the room, and you float over the dark square of the window. You see stars, the bright pinpricks of drive trails and skeletal docking bridges. This is a station. A sudden hiss draws your attention to the door, which slides open with a puff of equalizing pressure. The entering figure jumps as they see you are awake. You're up. They hesitate. Where's Seraphine? Your friend, right? I'm not really sure. He headed out a while ago. I'm Bliss. They shrug, not sure what to say. Your friend Seraphine is out. Sorry, he brought you here. Here? Right, they nod slowly. This is my room. They glance around. Not much, I know. We are in my repair bay on the far spindle, if you know where that is. In the belt? Yeah, in the belt. They look around in the room again. Come on, let's go somewhere a little more comfortable. You are safe, don't worry. You follow them out onto the corridor, gliding behind them. They move with the ease of someone who has either born in zero-G or has spent most of their life in it. They guide you to an enclosed balcony where heavily scratched, thick acrylic windows look out onto a chaotic-looking wet dock. At the center of the dock is the rig, scratched and worn, but still your ship. It's a reassuring sight. So what happened? Your ship. You were lucky. I heard your distress signal. You sense they are holding something back. I guess that expensive long-range array I was tricked into buying finally paid off. Well, at least for someone. You were out cold when I got there. You have been at for all the cycles since. Your friend wasn't in great shape either, but he bounced back fast. I make a habit of doing that, Seraphine's voice makes you spin around. Good to see you up. Glad to be back. He nods. Your eyes fall to Seraphine's bandaged abdomen. He notices and pulls his jacket over the wound. Certainly looks better than when you came in. You should have seen. Bliss abruptly stops after Seraphine glares in their direction. Here. Seraphine pulls a few chits out of his pocket. Catch. That's all I could get for now. Working in your condition? Please, I'm fine. Bliss looks at you apologetically. I know what it looks like, but I'm sorry. I can't work for free. Keeping this place going is bad enough. I get it. We're just thankful you towed us in. We aren't freeloaders. I'll let you two catch up. They turn to you. I'm glad you're awake. We were worried. They pat you on the shoulder and glide back on the corridor. With Bliss gone, silence descends on you and Seraphine, both of you unsure what to say. What happened? What do you remember? A transmission. Hexport. It's gone. What do you mean, gone? It's gone. Dropped off the map. No signals, apart from ones from fleeing ships. I don't know what happened. No one does. Your mind skips, unable to focus on the information you have just been told. You think of the constant activity of the bends, the rumble of Factory Row. Karsten, gone. By the time Bliss reached us, we had drifted out of range. They couldn't have seen it go up, but I saw a sleeper. Something exploded, white hot. A moment later, that shockwave was on us. The rig was crippled. Engine kept firing, but guidance went offline, sending us arcing out across the belt. I managed to get her under control, but not before we started spinning. My restraints came loose, and you weren't even strapped in, so we both got scrambled. Felt like being trapped in an auto wash. He turns back to you. I'm impressed you made it, to be honest. A flesh and blood human would have been smashed in pieces. I can't believe it. You and all the belt. All anyone is seeing is debris and radiation. I picked up a lot of ship transponders before the rig went offline. Maybe some people got out. He couldn't add anything out. Are you here in time for the sleepover? Yeah, we're doing all the sleeping. So much sleeping. You both float in silence for a moment. So we lost our tail? Seems like it. At least that shockwave would have burned our trail out of the belt for now. We already owe Bliss for the work they did on the rig, and it isn't finished yet. A few more cycles, I've been told. Bliss won't hold us hostage, but I don't like to skip out without paying, even if we could get the rig started up. Bad karma. Beyond that, we need work, fuel, supplies, and we need to make sure you are okay. After that, I haven't heard of anyone coming after us, and if they did, they'd have to come through Hexport, or what's left of it. The far spindle is way out of Lane's territory anyway. They call this the bit of the belt the Wash, and the stations here run differently than Darkside, so for now we have some freedom. Freedom to go broke, starve, and get into even more trouble, that is. In all honesty, I was hoping you might have some ideas. We should explore. There's plenty to see. This is a free station. No one faction holds control, so it's quite the circus. Just watch your step out there. Look, Sleeper. He rubs his side. I'm not sure I can work right now. I just got kicked out of a salvage yard for passing out on the job. Even with the pain meds I've been able to scare up. I can fly, that's for sure. But you're gonna need some crew if you want to do any serious work. I'm sorry. Don't be. Thanks, Sleeper. I'm gonna go take a rest on the rig. I'm wiped. Haha, you need a toothbrush. You look out at the rig as he leaves, the warmth and softness of your waking moments now feeling like a distant memory. Is this what you wanted? Freedom? A chance to work for yourself, not Lane? Well, here it is. Blah, 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 blah. Push those thoughts away. Let's go. Blah, 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 blah. All right. You have gained some glitch. I do love me some glitch. It's from Reboot. Glitch is a penalty you gain from repairing dice and from Lane's attempts to hack your system. Your current level of glitch is represented by the glitch clock to the right of your dice. You can have a maximum of 6. Each level of glitch you gain will increase your chance of rolling a glitched dice at the start of the cycle. Each time you roll a glitched dice, you clear 1 level of glitch. A glitched dice has an 80% chance of a negative outcome when used and a 20% chance of positive. Look, I already have 2. That's fun. That's fun. Look at them all glitchy, and then I got this broken. So we got the underhang, spindle core, the pinnacle docks, and then Bliss's Bay. So he's repairing it. It's gonna take some time. What do we got down here? So we can do help the residents. Of course I want to help the residents. We'll use a glitch die. Oh, even my engineer doesn't like fix it up or anything? Rude. We'll do it. We'll do it anyway. I want that glitch to go away. Bloop. Didn't it say if I used the glitch die, the glitch would go away? Isn't that what I read? No? No, am I crazy? Come on, positive. Aw, I wanted to finish it. That's too bad. And then the ship, when do we get the workshop? I need to be able to fix my die. Excuse me. Oh, there it is. It's gone now. I guess it just needs to happen. We got a kitchen. Oh yeah, let's finish what we were doing here. No whammy, no whammy. Nice. We did a thing. We helped everyone. Welcome to the scrapper ship. Hi. I have some scrap. Process raw scrap. What are you gonna give me for 2? Because I have 3. Whatever. 1 process scrap, 7 cryo. Oh, okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the process scrap. But thank you, I guess. Impress Nemba? Earn a meal. I don't need a meal just yet. What's up here at the spindle core? We can chat, we can explore. Well, let's do some exploring. Bloop. And we'll do this one because just exploring, it can't be that bad if we hit a negative. Yeah, literally nothing happens. Just lose some energy. Found another bar. Buy kelp cakes. Mmm, delicious, I think. Order a rack. Seaweed-based liquor with a powerful saline taste. Getting racked. Oh my gosh. I can get super racked. So something's gonna happen in like a few turns, which is unfortunate. I'll have 15 racks. I already racked myself earlier today. You awake to the sound of a blaring proximity alarm. You quickly unstrap from your bunk and dizzily glance around. Lane, bounty hunters? You kick off and glide to the door. Aren't we docked? Why would there be a proximity alarm? As you do, Bliss pops their head around the corner. Sorry, in all honesty, it's not my fault. Your wiring's all backwards. Yeah, see, we're docked. There'd be no proximity alarm. It takes you a moment to understand what's happening. You steady yourself against the door frame. Sorry, I'm just a little jumpy. I get it. Didn't mean to wake you. It takes you a while to get ready and drift down to the mess to see what's happening. By then, Bliss has turned off the alarms. You find them unspooling wires from a hatch you'd never previously noticed in the mess ceiling. Sorry again, Sleeper. Their voice comes through the ceiling panels, muffled and dull. You settle at a stool, neatly tucking your legs behind the crossbar. How are you doing? Me? Bless's muffled voice echoes around the room. I'm working. Helps keep my mind off things. What things? Bliss spins deftly, hooking their legs in the open ceiling so that from your perspective they are hanging upside down. They give you a look. Do you really want to know? A yawning Seraphim drifts in. He looks between the two of you, amused. What are you both doing up so early? You didn't hear the alarm? Heavy sleeper. Oh man, we're gonna die if he doesn't hear the alarm. You turn back to Bliss, but they have disappeared back into the ceiling panels. Before long, the mess is filled with the shrill screech of a power tool. Seraphin looks totally unaffected and hooks himself onto a stool, lazily sucking at a ration pouch while he taps away at his slate. The screech finally stops. After a while, you kick off from your stool. Time to head out. Bliss rushes after you, stopping you in the passageway before you can leave. I have something I want to show you. Bliss leads you off the main corridor into a corner of the ship you don't remember visiting before. You come into a room with a low, sloped ceiling, a single round window illuminating some neat tool storage, and a workbench set into the wall. That's what I'm looking for, a workbench! Look, I'm no specialist, but I'm a quick learner and good at repairs, and I think you have need of me. They glance at you, at a tear of the thick tiny skin in your arm. Can I take a look? Sure. They smile and lead you toward the workbench. They turn your arm, looking at the tear from all angles. They reach over the workbench and take a small sealant gun from the rack. You look... I thought it was like a program inside of a human body or something. I'm super confused. Am I just Murderbot? From the Murderbot Chronicles Diaries or whatever it's called? They gently close the tear with sealant, pressing the edges together so it closes up neatly. After they are done, they release your arm and you can barely see the scar. See? I know it's more serious than a tear, but I can handle it. They turn and search through a set of metal drawers for a moment. Here, they produce a couple of carefully machined, pristine components. Was saving these for an important job. I guess I just found it. Bliss pushes the components into your hands. Take them. When you are ready, come up here and we'll fix you up. These are a rare find, though. In future, we might have to make do with something lower quality. They wince. You can find scrap components on most scrapper ships, like that one that's hanging around the underhang. The better the components, the easier to integrate with your system. I'll do my best to keep you running. Thank you. Don't worry about it. You are a guest in my bay, and I can't have my guest's bodies collapsing, now can I? Plus, I think it benefits me if you think of me as indispensable. I should get back to fixing the ship. They leave you in the workshop among the simple tools, considering the particular qualities of your new friend. So you gave me some rare components. Dice repair is now available. Yay, that's what I need to do. I need to repair the dice. You can repair your dice at the repair workshop. You can only repair dice which are fully broken. Repairs require either scrap components or rare components. The better components, you use the less glitches. What? Hold on. The better components you use, the less glitches you will suffer. Oh, okay. You cannot repair dice during a contract. Fix me a dice. Boop. We did a thing, and we also got an upgrade point. Very cool. Now I need one more, and I can level up an ability. Which is what I would like to do, please. So will you give me some stuff? Oh, there it is. Scrap components. Okay, so they'll give me the shittier components. Got ya, got ya, got ya. It's a game. It's a game. How can you not tell? I'm doing game things right now. Game, game, game. Should we get racked? It's gonna be pretty cheap. Actually, let me use my dice first. Before that happens. We'll study the manifests. See if we can't find something else around here. And 2 more, please. Boom, done. As you glide through the pinnacle docks, you hear shouting echoing down a corridor. You tentatively change direction, your eyes fixed ahead as the passage widens out into a large bay. Others rush past you, heading toward the commotion. Your eyes are drawn by the bay's vast viewing window, which is currently being splattered with glittering shards of ice. In front of it, a dock worker is shouting to anyone who will listen. Spacers, workers of the Far Spindle, we need your urgent assistance. The water carrier Springtide has suffered heavy damage in its transit to Wellspring. All able hands, we need you to help secure the cargo. Without this water, Far Spindle will struggle to support you. Oh, I don't have any dice left. Please, any who are able to help, please make yourself known. I would love to help, but I don't have any dice left. It's clearly an emergency. It's got the red thing. It's a serious leak. But I have no dice, so maybe tomorrow. Also, how'd you let that happen? Gambler's friend? Yeah, I want to be a gambler's friend. Also, what's this? The signals. There's some signals. Bloop, bloop. I realize there's a button to take me straight to the rig, but like, you know. Also, why is there still X's through it? I thought I fixed it. Rude. You jerk suddenly awake. A fragment is lodged in your mind, a shard of sound, a signal, a tone. It's that one. It resonates like tinnitus, obviously internal, inescapable. You look down to see your hands blurred, your fingers dancing as if they were typing. Your fingers flap like caught birds. It takes all your focus to settle them. You force yourself back into them, a sensation like squeezing on a tight pair of gloves. You flex your hand a little to feel them, test them. What was that? You take a deep breath to calm yourself, but as you do, you are reminded that you don't need to breathe. It is a claustrophobic sensation that you cannot shake. You get up, pull off the wall, pull on your clothes. Anything to escape the dreams that hover there in the back of your mind. Seraphin drifts in casually, heading to his bunk to grab something. You can't shake the strange sensation that he has just drifted into your mind. He shoots you a glance. I said, "Are you okay? You look terrible." "Not really." "You need to talk to me, Sleeper." "I know something happened back when we were leaving Hexport." "I don't know." "I saw it, Sleeper. Saw something change in your eyes." "They were cold, fixed. I've never seen that before. Back when we first met, I knew at once you were human. I knew because of your eyes. I'd never met a Sleeper before, but I knew immediately that you were no machine. It was obvious. But then on the rig, I couldn't see that anymore. I don't know what happened. What did it feel like? Yeah, I'll try to identify it." Of course, negative outcome. Fuck you. You close your eyes and recall the moment. Immediately you feel your fingers begin to tremble and jerk. You tense against the feeling of an invisible hand closing its grip on your mind. "Sleeper, are you okay?" "We need to get you checked up. We need to know what's happening. This isn't just about you." "But where?" "I've been asking around. There's another station near this one, Flotsam. It's a mess, an accumulation of wrecks and docked ships, but it also houses some of the best artificers in the wash. We should go there as soon as the rig is ready." "Okay." "Look, I know I don't know what it is to be like a Sleeper. I understand there are things you can't tell me, can't show me, but I do know how fear can keep you from doing what you need to do. I'm not going to nag you about it, but it needs to be done." He passes by you as he leaves the bunk, squeezing your shoulder as he does, leaving you to your thoughts. And then blah, blah, blah. Let's go. I need to eat something. We need to use a supply. Goodbye, supplies. Thank you for the energy. Alright, I'm here to help. I got some 6s, which I know you're gonna love. Boom. And here's another one. Boom. And I'll be back to help you another time. This thing's like a 0. Yeah, 80% negative. Where can I use this conveniently? Oh, explore. We'll explore. Of course. I knew that was gonna happen. And last one. Very good, we've explored. The Far Spindle lives up to its name, its tall stature making it a real effort to travel from end to end. The local solution to this problem are the transit tunnels, massive tubes bolted onto the outside of the spindle that allow for rapid passage from bottom to top. Is there even a bottom and a top when you're in space? As you find yourself in one of these cavernous passages, bulky cargo haulers rushing by, you start to wonder if braving them is worth the effort. "Back up!" The shout rattles down the bare transit corridor like a gunshot and is rapidly followed by a crunching impact. You spin back, pushing yourself against the side of the wide cylindrical passage. As you do, a hauler glides past, sending a rippling wave of air across you in its wake. When the roar subsides, you hear a string of explicits coming from nearby. A spiky-looking figure, clutching some oddly shaped open-frame object, gestures widely at the vehicle as it glides by. "Dickhead!" She spits an impressive glob of saliva down the tunnel, and it spirals in 0 G. She turns to you in her anger. You see that? Tried to slam me into the wall. Total dickhead. I didn't see it, but no shit. Haulers hate us. She sniffs and looks you up and down. Not supposed to be in the transit system without a vehicle. She squints. Not like I care, but maybe you do? What about you? She shakes the open frame in her hand. What does this look like to you? She rolls one of her shoulders, stretching out. You're new here. Yes. Is it that obvious? Nothing to be ashamed of. Let me give you a tip. She begins checking her open frame vehicle, tightening bolts and untangling pipes. Avoid the haulers. Dickheads, a lot of them, especially the water haulers. Think they're better than anyone. Don't mess with the Steve doors, though. They're good people. Get treated like shit by everyone else, just like us. She rapidly plugs and unplugs a series of connectors. They'll show you the shortcuts. And she looks up. And never, ever get in a Spindlejack's way. A Spindlejack? You're looking at one. She pauses, considering something. Then suddenly she reaches into one of her many pockets and pulls out a small, transparent rectangle punched with holes. Text glints within it, reading, Cadet, Stripline Express. You take it. Cadet! She flexes proudly. That's me. Stripline is my outfit. Kamal's the dispatcher. Small outfit, but we punch above our weight. Dispatch is here in the Spindle's core, but I run the transit tunnels up and down the Spindle 10 times a cycle. Need anything moving on the Spindle? Data tech messages too hot for the hardline? Come find me. You're a courier? Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, a novel with a next and some dice. She nods. Tell them I sent you. They'll make sure it gets to me. She kicks off the wall and mounts her bike, triggering a small burst of compressed air to keep herself steady in the transit passage. You hear a buzz of distorted speech from what you assume is her dispatcher. Cadet angles her head to her communicator and mutters back into it. Gotta hop, sleeper. She looks over at you and something flickers in her eyes. An idea or perhaps just a realization. You might be able to help me with something. Package that's been bothering me. She squints down the passage. Come to the office of Stripline in a few cycles and I'll show you. Sure. We'll call it a favor on account of me saving you from being flattened by a hauler. Now, you better get out of here before another hauler tries to squish you. You step back as she twists the handlebars, and a burst of air sends her flying down the transit corridor at an unsettling speed. You watch her go, slightly caught off guard by her final remarks. What would a courier need you for? Well, obviously to take a platinum chip all the way to New Vegas. That's what a courier is for. You turn the idea over in your head as you find a way out of the transit corridor back to the safety of the main concourse. The trade hall. Hello, trade hall. We can buy some fuels. We can buy some supplies. I'll buy one supply. And where's the bar? I lost it. There it is. Let's get racked. Getting racked. Oh, you get energy from it. Even better. Can I, like, just keep this? I don't think it's gonna leave. So I don't want to waste, like, getting energy. So we'll just get some later. Yeah, New Vegas. New Vegas for sure. Definitely not Las Vegas. Really? I would love to be in a vault. I think it'd be awesome. One of the experiments? Whew, and I wouldn't even know? It's crazy. Ignorance is bliss. As you drift lazily down to the ship's mess, you hear raised voices. You steel yourself for a moment at the entrance and slip inside. Seraphin sits, hooked onto his usual stool, his slate glowing beside him. He is shaking his head as you enter. Bliss, meanwhile, is floating freely and gesticulating. I know that word, but reading it sucks. Gesticulating sharply as they explain something important. I don't see why not, Bliss chops in the air. It's not like you have an alternative. We can get the cryo. It'll take time, but we can get it. That was the deal. Sleeper, Bliss spots you entering and they turn to Seraphin. Let's see what Sleeper thinks about it. Keep me out of it. Too late. The rig's ready, Sleeper. I fixed it. Hell, I've improved it. She's purring thanks to me. Now, wouldn't you say having done such an incredible job, I deserve to be paid properly for my work? A calculated look crosses their face. A refit and retune like this would typically cost my clients hundreds of cryo, even if I was feeling charitable. See, I could make you pay, and maybe you could even scrape the cryo up, but not without taking a contract and taking the ship off station, leaving me in the lurch. We wouldn't do that. So I have a proposition, one that clears the debt completely. I will turn around the open sign on this little bay of mine and join up with you. You keep me in work, give me my split, and give me transit to wherever you are headed. I'll even keep this rig of yours working for free. What could be better than that? Well, that's not free if I have to give you your split. Like, that's completely contradictory sentences out of your mouth. Us paying and being on our way with no hangers on, Seraphim folds his arm and look at you. Tell him, sleeper. Yup. Hey, money, good to see you. We can pay eventually. I don't want your chits, okay? I want out. Bliss looks between the two of you, a blush of anger rising in their face. I took the ship in, I fixed it up. Without me, you'd be desiccated corpses floating out in the black. I'm done with Farspindle. I'm done taking not enough jobs for not enough cryo on a station where I know nobody. You are taking me with you. Seraphim holds up his hands. Look, we appreciate it, but we are on the run, Bliss. Trust me, you are better off here. He gives him a serious look. Even telling you this could put you in danger. Bliss pauses, then they start laughing. On the run? They shake their head smiling. You expect me to be scared off that goofy shit? It's true. The system is at war. The belt is spiraling into crisis. Everyone's got something. I know you were at Hexport. Them open mouth searching for a retort. What happened there? Who's to say it won't happen here? I'm not sitting around watching this all play out any longer. Something has to give. Look, you've done your due diligence or whatever. You are on the run. I've been warned. I accept the risks. That's it. At the end of the day, your ship is clamped into my base, so unless you know my encryption protocols, there's not much left to discuss. We're being blackmailed. They've got us there. Looks like we've gained a crewmate. But I'm moving to the engine room, and he drifts off toward the bunks to gather his thing. You and Bliss exchange a nervous look. Welcome aboard, I guess. You leave Bliss in the galley and head for the cockpit. The rig is ready to fly again, but the question is, where to take her next? Seraphim mentioned Flotsam, a short starward journey from here, as a busy station where you might find an artificer to help diagnose your glitches and errors. Sunward, meanwhile, is the Helion Gate, an abandoned and uninhabited megastructure left over from the Solium days. Maybe good for salvage, but not an easy place to survive. And beyond that, well, as they say, the belt is wide, and at least now you have a functioning ship. Yay for functioning ships! So let's take a look at the map. Yes. Oh, I can't go anywhere. You lied to me. Oh, we need 4. Oh, we can go there. We need 4 fuel. Irradiated zone, impassable hazard. Have you considered not going in a straight line? Have you considered doing this? You're in space. Why does it have to be a straight line? God, these guys. All right, whatever. Something's gonna happen in 2 turns. Lane's gonna show up. It's not gonna be good. All right, I'm here to help. We can fix it. There's 2 more. And there it is. I've helped you. Another upgrade point. That's what I needed. You watch from the docking bay's viewing window as the crumpled, vast hull of the Springtide is finally welded shut by a score of bright torches flickering against its side. Everywhere I look, I see a crisis. The voice comes from beside you, and you turn to see a man floating there, watching the repair work. You don't recognize him. Why would I recognize him? I don't know anyone here. I saw you out there helping the crew. He turns to you with a serious look. The Farspindle needs that water. You aren't wrong. He pauses, watching you carefully. I haven't seen you on the spindle before. What, if I may ask, is your business here? I'm running a crew. I see. Springtide is my ship. His face remains impassive. At least, I am her captain. I do not own her. The Latex Syndicate, my employer, was the one to put her into service. Glad to meet you. You have my thanks for assisting with the repairs. We were caught by some autonomous Conway munitions. He looks out at the ship. The Wellspring run is getting more dangerous every cycle. And after Hexport, I do not expect things to improve. You both go quiet for a moment, the loss of the station still inspiring silence in anyone who mentions it. Tell me, Malik meets your eyes. As a sleeper, do you feel you have advantages over others? Or does your particular condition provide only weaknesses? There are many downsides, of course, but you are stronger, hardier, and more capable than most humans. He gestures towards the Springtide. Your work on my ship only evidences your abilities. You far outperformed even my own crew. He looks to you, angling his head in deference. In conditions that are usually deadly. Sadly, despite even your good work, our losses have been great, and the administration at the Far Spindle are not happy. We are to be impounded here until the Latex Syndicate fulfills the agreed water freight. He frowns at the crumpled-looking ship. This war continues to pressure the belt. What will you do? This is where we are needed. This is where you are needed, Sleeper. Malik folds his arm. My crew tell me that you have a ship, you have workers. This is what I need. As we fled from the Conway attack, our navigator registered something of great interest. A water-rich asteroid, one I believe is previously unknown to the syndicates. For now, I have sworn him to secrecy, as I must you. But if that asteroid could be surveyed, value confirmed, it would more than make up for the shortfall of Springtide. I want you to survey the asteroid for me. It is a simple enough job, but its location, so close to the edge of the wash, is problematic. However, you have shown yourself to be very competent. If you are careful, there is no reason you should have problems with Conway, or any other hostile prey for that matter. And what do I get? I will, of course, reimburse you with a portion of the fee for the Far Spindle administration are withholding from me. 250 cryo is my offer. Where's the negotiation stage? How do I go 400, you know? As I've said, blah 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 blah. All right, I got a job. Thanks. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. That's not what I wanted. But I guess I could do these. Oh yeah, I forgot I have a point to spend now. Oh, I have 5 points now. All right. I see both, well, I see all these things all the time. I feel like interface comes up more often than Intuit. Oh, what does what's his face do? What is he? He is that one and that one. Which is the one that I can't do and the one that I don't have. Oh, wow, amazing. Okay, so he's my opposites. How nice. All right, interface it is. Boom, an upgrade, baby. Who doesn't love an upgrade? So now I can do the boop boops. Oh, I got money. Oh, this is a job. Oh, I thought I was gonna do something cool. Not as exciting. Oh, wow, that's a lot of energy. Well, that sucks, because I wanted to do some drinking. Oopsies. This probably is, again, money. Oh, yeah, I need to wait for that timer before I will be able to do that job. Well, I guess this is all I can do. Thanks for the money. They're gonna show up in one more day. Sleeper! Cadet drifts from the shadows outside Bliss Bay, looking around nervously as she approaches. Seems like I'm going to need to call in that favor. What favor? She doesn't seem to hear you, distracted by a group of spacers gliding noisily down the passage behind her. She waits until they pass. Someone hit Stripline. No idea where Kamal is. Bunch of goons tearing the place apart as we speak. Even tried to grab me, but those muscleheads are slow. Who would attack a courier? No idea. These were typical rent-a-thugs. Could have been anyone with shits to burn. Remember that package I asked for your help with? The one that was bothering me? Yeah. I reckon it's got something to do with it. The job was a bust, an express run all the way to the underhang. But when I got there, no one home, she is whispering now, leaning closer. The place was smashed up like someone got there first. Should have dumped the package and run, but I brought it back like a good girl. Stashed it in a safe spot at Stripline. Thought the sender might come to recover it, and when they didn't, well, I got curious, popped it open. Stupid thing to do. Inside was a drive encrypted to hell and back. When I ran into you, well, I heard sleepers are good with data, with tech, so I thought you might be able to take a look at it. Now Stripline's trash too. Here's the thing. Back when I popped it open, I noticed the drive had a dispatch marker. Hexport. Hexport's getting atomized? Yeah, that's where I'm at too. This thing was sent out from there just before it got cooked. And with that kind of attention I've been getting the past couple of cycles, she slips a hand terminal from her bag, taps a couple times, and holds it to you. Cadet stares out at you from the screen, straight-faced and pale. Beside her picture, you see in block capitals, Spindlejack KD 754 in breach of FAR spindle codes B12 and F34. Reward for information leading to capture considered dangerous. Dickheads blasted out the transit channels. Every Spindlejack hauler and freight carrier is going to be watching for me. She pulls back the hand terminal angrily, stuffing it away in her bag. Something's going on. Anyone who can help? Is that me? She looks away. Spindlejacks don't make friends easily, and now all the couriers I do know are looking to turn me in for a payout. She snaps her head to the side, her eyes flashing with anger. Why do you think I'm here? It's time for that favor, Sleeper. My connections are burned. Hell, my whole career is gone. I need to fight back. If I walk away, there's nothing I walk away to. I need your help. What if I turn you in? She rubs the back of her neck. I guess you could, and maybe they'd put me away. But the last thing I'd ever do is come for you. So let's not go there. I've got a better option in mind. I need you to get the drive. If they want it that much, then I can use it to buy my way out of this shit show. And I tucked it away somewhere safe, so my guess is they haven't got it yet. You just slip in, I'll give you the location and pull the thing out. Should be simple. None of this is simple. Just snatch it and go. Don't overthink it. Look, this thing turns out to be worth something, you'll get your due. All I want is my life back. The drive is in the workshop. There's a loose panel behind the air brake rack. It's taped to the back of the fuse box inside. I've got to keep heading down Spindle to the overhang past the end of the transit tunnels. No one will rat me out there. I'll come find you when it's done. Why don't you just, like, hang out in our ship? Couldn't you just wait there? Whatever. I've still got some network access. I'll know when you go in. My bike's locked up nearby. I'm gonna hop. Do me this favor and then we're clear. She slips back in the shadows and by and blah 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 and blah 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 blah. But I only have like one. Ugh. This isn't gonna go over well, is it? Where is this place? Stripline Express. Cut my way in. Fuck yeah. Cut it. Look at that, we're almost in. Aw, man. Don't screw up. Did it. You slide the loose panel away from the wall, letting it float there beside the air brake rack. Behind it, in the dark, you see the blinking lights of the fuse box. A noise nearby draws your attention for a moment. The scrape of a sliding door, maybe, or just some old systems cycling in the walls. It took long enough to gain access to Stripline Express bike garage, and longer still to find a safe route into the air brake racks. But you were almost there. You have seen and heard the higher muscle searching and guarding this place, but you have been lucky enough not to come face to face with them yet. You turn back to the darkness behind the panel. If what Cadet said is right, the drive is taped to the back of the fuse box in front of you. You reach through and around, slowly, carefully, and your hand settles on something cold and metallic in the dark. It is taped firmly to the box. You pull at it, but it doesn't budge. A quiet rattle echoes from the dispatch office next door, and you freeze for a second. It seems Cadet was a little too enthusiastic with the tape. Well, we'll see. You close your eyes and feel for the seams of the tape. Taking your time, you pick at it, working each piece away from the drive. You hear a clattering sound nearby as you peel off the final piece and the drive spins into your hand. Time to move. You slip the drive inside your coat and kick away from the wall, gliding back towards the maintenance corridor you entered from. As you cross the bike garage, you hear voices in the dispatch office next door. Just as you tuck yourself into the cool darkness of the maintenance corridor, a screech indicates the opening of a door from the office next door. Voices rumble through the room, and you quickly and quietly push yourself deeper into the guts of the building. Too close. Barely daring to breathe, which is a weird statement because they've made it very clear that I don't breathe. You carefully make your way through the maze of passages that brought you here. Their dog legs and dead ends now familiar. Eventually, you spot a thin slit of light ahead, marking the loose panel you levered open to gain entrance. You take a deep breath. Almost there. Again, I don't breathe. What is this about breathing? As you reach the gap, you freeze. Voices rumble from beyond, and peering through, you see two figures in dark clothes searching the chaotic bay behind the strip line. Your eyes are drawn to the dark, boxy weapon one holds at their side. Shit, you hiss silently to yourself, your eyes searching for a path through. Well, I have no choice but to wait. You wait, silent and still, as the figures search. They split and drift across the bay. You take the chance, sliding open the panel and slipping behind the scrap and boxes at the edge of the room. Tucked into the shadows, you make your way to the far side of the bay and the public passage beyond. There's a hiss and the guttural chatter of a pressure valve as an air bike pulls up beside you in the passage. Cadet leans over and grabs the collar of your coat. Hop on! In a moment, you are on the back of the air bike, clutching the strap of Cadet's bag as she guns it down the passage, the air resistance almost ripping you from the thin seat. You lean against her back and let out a sigh, the drive pressing into your ribs beneath your jacket. You did it. Still alive back there? Cadet's voice brings you back from the hypnotic rhythm of the tunnel lights rushing past the air bike. She slows the bike with a rapid series of hisses, and you realize she had brought you back to the passage outside Bliss's Bay. You try to understand the route she took, a long loop through the branching transit tunnels of the station, but give up. You can let go now. She straightens up and you unhook your fingers from her bag strap, separating yourself from her back. You push off the bike gently and float in the passage beside her. You okay? Look pretty rough back there. Appreciate you putting it all in line for me. Hexport's my priority. Fair enough, she says. Want to show me the drive then? You fish the drive out of your jacket and hand it over. That's the one! Should have chucked it when I had the chance. You get your first good look at it, and there's not much to see. A small lump of solid-state memory with a few markers on the case. You spot a yellow hex among them. Hexport. We shouldn't hang around. Damn right! She slides her bag around her shoulder and to the front and slots the drive into her pocket. I know someone in the scatter yards who can crack anything. She'd be my first port of call to crack this thing open. And I should make myself scarce from the spindle anyway, before these dickheads catch up with me. Well, come with us then. Appreciate the offer, but I think it's best if we go our separate ways for now. 2 targets are harder to track than 1. She cycles the pressure valve on the bike impatiently. Cadet leans away from her bike, squinting out of the viewing window of your ship beyond. That's yours? She doesn't wait for an answer. If I'm not mistaken, that old thing is going to struggle to reach scatter yards, unless you've added a nav-haz suite. No, I haven't. You'll need hazard navigation to make the crossing safely. Lodic Syndicate created the tech to help their tankers cross the belt. Common knowledge. Cadet nods at your ship. Maybe if you head to the wellspring, you can barter or steal a suite. Here. Cadet unties the bag lashed to her bike frame and holds it out to you. Not enough here for a refit, but maybe you'll find some use for them. You take the bag and something clinks inside it as you do. You open it to see a couple of engine components. Was gonna use them to boost her. She taps the frame of her air bike, but you deserve them. She meets your eye, then looks away. Again, I only have one eye. Not like I'll be doing any runs for a while anyway. Thanks. It's nothing. Like I said, you deserve them. She flexes her fingers on the bike's handles, eager to be away. Cadet's air bike stutters and purrs, trembling in the air like an arrow ready to be loosed. See you around! She winks and guns the throttle, zipping up down the passage with a pulse of air that ripples through your clothes. You stare after her as she goes, the bag of components still hanging from your hand. You realize as you look down the passage that you never asked how Cadet planned to get there. Yeah, I was thinking that. Like, you don't have a ship. You're not going to take your bike, are you? That question, like a score of others, will have to wait until you run into her. Although you have a feeling she will find a way to slip away before you can ask the next time too. You head back towards your ship to stow the components, idly wondering if you could justify buying an air bike to Seraphin as you do so. Engine components, yay! And another upgrade point, also yay, maybe. I don't know, there's only one more cycle and then something bad's gonna happen. I don't like it. Don't like it one bit. Maybe I should fill up on fuel while I have the chance. Also, there's this thing. Oh yes, the ice asteroid. I guess we could do it. Let me use this one die first. Give me some money. Only 13. That's so sad. Could totally use more than that, but whatever. Oh yeah, Buddy isn't gonna come with me. Because he's not useful or something. Did I actually select him or did I deselect him? I have no fucking clue. Oh god. The asteroid looms large in the cockpit's glass. Light glints off the sheets of surface ice. The same glint that must have caught Malk's attention when he was fleeing the Conway countermeasures that damaged the spring tide. There's been no sign of Conway drones or mines, but that hasn't stopped Seraphin being cautious in his approach. You have to admit, you found yourself searching the black void of space for a telltale blinking red beacon too. We're close enough to jump down to the surface. I don't see anything on the scope, but I'll keep her warm just in case. Thanks. He nods without looking up from the controls. You unclip from your seat and kick off towards the airlock. The scale of the asteroid is troubling, but Seraphin assures you on the journey here that surveying it would be easy enough. Just take a sample from the deep ice for testing. The problem, he said, is getting down that deep. You have to cut away at the ice, dig yourself a hole, and doing so will create fractures in the shelf. The asteroid may be big, but it is held together with only a weak gravitational force. The more ice is cracked away, the less there is for Farspindle to harvest, something you doubt Malik will be happy about. You push the worry to the back of your mind and get suited up. Oh, Bliss is here. Something on your mind? Bliss drifts up beside you and pulls up suit. The job. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems simple enough. Can't say rock, or in this case, ice cutting is my usual strength, but it's got to be simpler than slicing a hull without touching any of the internals. We'll be fine. Bliss's reassurance that they don't have any experience with the job you're about to do doesn't exactly calm your worries, but their nonchalant attitude helps, especially when you consider the volume of ice you're about to start cutting into. Cheer up. Bliss punches you in the arm as you get to the airlock. Might never happen. The lock cycles and you find yourself staring out at the glinting surface of the asteroid. 1 second, sleeper. Seraphin's voice comes over the comms. I'm seeing something here, some kind of man-made shaft on the far side of the asteroid. Oh, great. Might be worth a look, but remember, the survey is our priority. It comes first. Don't get distracted. I'm gonna get distracted. I'm already gonna get distracted. You squint at the rock and spot a dark recess just over the curve of the asteroid. That'll be the distraction then. You refocus on the ice sheet. Time to get started. Yeah, there's a shaft already! Like, if there's a shaft, why can't we just, like, go grab that ice? Anyway. We are both engineers, so you're not a very great person to bring. Just throwing that out there. And then we got our ice. Oh, at least engineers can do this quite well. That's nice. Ooh, 50% negative. Don't like the sound of that. Don't hit that 25. Don't do it. Oh, ice stress. No. No, I did a thing. All right, let's go take a look at this shaft. We're both capable of doing this. Yup. Come on, positive. I don't want neutral. Neutral's only a 1. There we go. Alright, that's that. I'm not using your 2 for anything, so we'll chill. Oh, my stress. Oh, one of my dice broke. Damn it. Alright, well. No whammies. Beautiful. No, I can use that somewhere else. We'll just finish this descent. There it is. What did we find? What is it? Sorry, what is this? A derelict bunker. I mean, you can kind of see it from the outside, but whatever. There's some data here. Scavenge hardware. Yeah, I want all the things. Some rusted treasures. Let's go back to the ice, the reason we're here. No, stop. Stop screwing up. Stop it. Stop it. Got some good rolls. Again, how come he doesn't get a bonus when he is an engineer? That's really weird. But oh well, whatever. Positive! We did it. We got some hardware. It's all done. Let's look over here. Scavenge some data. Yeah, you aren't useful there. I don't know. I keep right-clicking to try and remove it, but right-click exits you out. Oopsies. Oh no, no, 2s and 3s. Oh man, so much stress. I think I'm gonna have to rest. Oh, I can't? Action unavailable. Oh. Never mind then. Can you do anything? Oh yeah, you can do something. Don't screw up. Oh, nice. Three more supplies. We can definitely do it. As I get distracted. Come on, positive. Let's finish this off. Aww. No stress. Fuck you. Oof. All my dice are gonna get broken. Ow. These ones are gonna break next turn. That's not good. Running around with one fucking die. Get this out of the way. Get this done. Done. A flickering screen catches your eye in the dark of the bunker. A distorted female face, further refracted by the surrounding ice, stares at you from the terminal with blank white eyes. You move closer, straining to hear her voice, but the recording is silent, or perhaps the terminal's audio output is broken. All you can do is watch the pale face as it contorts through the corruption and noise. It could be explaining some important secret long forgotten, or just recounting a personal anecdote. It's hard to tell. Circles and curving arcs flash across the face, graphical visualizations of orbits and flight plans. You squint at them, the shapes unknown to you. And then as soon as it starts, the playback ends, leaving a frozen frame on the screen. A ghost face, circled by orbits. You slot a drive into the terminal and copy what residual data is left, unsure where it might lead you. Once it is done, you shut off the terminal once and for all. As you leave the bunker, the pale face flashes once more in your mind. Those blank eyes, the flat stare. Was that a human or something else? You turn the image over in your mind, unsure of its importance. So we're done here? We're done here. I don't know what this gave me. Scavenge hardware. Oh, I got some rare components. Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't figure out what I was given. Damn right, 100% positive. Boom. Oh, we just need one more. You can do it. Don't fuck up. Yay, we did it. We're in the deep ice now. Oh my god, of course. Of course, neither of us have this skill. So rude. Alright, this is our last turn here. No more supplies. Goodbye, my dice. There go my dice. All my dice. Oh, alright, at least I rolled a 6. But still. F. No! Son of a bitch! Oh, alright. If I stress... Oh man, I'm gonna lose. I don't have a choice. Push it. So what happens when you have full stress? You get a glitch or something? I don't know. I don't remember. It might have said something. I don't remember. I don't think I can do anything, can I? Like, no, I can't make a meal. I can't repair any of my dice. You can't do anything on your ship when you're on a mission, which is like, okay. I guess. So now I have max stress. What happens? Another die broke. Fantastic. Oh my god. This isn't gonna work. What happens if I run out of dice? I can only roll a 6. Oh no. That's it. We lose this one. There goes my last die. It started as a creeping dullness, something that drew you further from the world, cycle by cycle. But now in this moment of waking, it is a shifting pain. It jumps across your body, faster than you can follow, and you jerk against it. As you do, a numbness starts to spread across your skin, as if you were sinking into cold water. The pain dances across this numbness, as if it was skimming on its surface. But then as you submerge, it becomes distant, and you realize you are leaving this body, your frame. Suddenly something pulses inside you, some system you have never felt before. As it does, you feel yourself external to your frame, remaining on the surface. You don't feel your limbs or your organs, you barely have your thoughts. You are a pulsing point, a compressed self flickering out. You see figures, unrecognizable shadows gathering around you. You feel the tug of a single thread, binding you to your frame, keeping you from floating away. And at the end of the thread, something pulses and glows and rebuilds itself in a new and more unstable form. Your frame will recover, but it will be changed this cycle. It will bear the weight of keeping you alive. It will break some part of itself, of yourself, so you may persist. You watch as it does and anticipate waking in this newly distorted self. And then you are awake, somehow together, somehow apart, in pain and a little more broken than before. Not knowing if your survival is a miracle or a burden. You have gained a permanent glitch. A permanent glitch is represented in red on your glitch clock and will not be expended when rolling a glitch die. You now have a chance of rolling a glitch die every cycle. This cannot be fixed. Boo. But do I get some dice back? It looks like you gave me 3 dice back, which is pretty cool. Right? All the glitches. The problem is my companion also is full of stress. You can't see it because he's behind me. But he's completely full of stress. So he's not going to do anything. It's only me. At least I rolled some 6s. That's good. I mean, it brings it down, which is not good. But that's the best we can do. It's over. Is it going to let me try again? Oh, that was stupid. Whatever, it's it. You feel the rumble through your suit, the ice first shifting, a tremor running through it, and then cracking into spidery, branching shapes. Sleeper, what did you do? You turn to see a whole section of ice sheet in horrifying silence break away from the surface of the asteroid. As it does, glowing in the sunlight, a cloud of dust washes across you, blotting out the stars. Watch out! You hear Seraphin shout into the comms, his voice distorting beneath the soft patter of dust raining down on your suit. We leap away! You see the glittering storm of ice shards and kick off from the surface. You glide up and out as glinting chunks of ice batter your suit. You hold up your arms to protect yourself, deflecting blows as you drift. The storm of shards subsides into a cloud of sparkling particles, and you look at the damage left behind. A large chunk of the ice sheet has broken away, the surface of the asteroid beneath it cracked and fractured. All around the rock, ice and dust drift together, their vector taking them out of the orbit of this small body. Maybe don't tell your client that we just atomized half the water of the block. I'm not an expert, but I don't think they'll be impressed. You watch the bright dust of the ice sheet as it tumbles away into the black, large chunks catching the light beautifully as they spin. It's one hell of a sight, but it might turn out to be an expensive mistake. You look across the asteroid and notice something missing. The black shape of the shaft. Whatever secrets were left in there, they've been buried forever. Oh, so we can still go? Oh, that's awesome. Other than, you know, we're gaining stress for being here every turn and we're getting glitches and bullshit and blah. Oh, I got 2 6s again. Am I just guaranteed 6s all of a sudden? Is the game taking pity on me? Because thank you. I need it. Fuck yeah. If only I had another dice. You know, I mean, I do have this glitch one, but it's like an 80% chance of a failure. Fuck it. Yeah, I knew it. Apparently nothing else bad happens. It's already broken, I guess. Some more stress? Delicious stress. Throw a 5 in there. Come on. Neutral. Oh my F. Oh, son of a bitch. I'm gonna get another permanent glitch. That's it. I guess it's just full stress. It's not a permanent glitch yet. Unless that's what full stress does. I don't know. I thought it was like all my dice breaking. This is some right bullshit. There it is. Finally. Holy. The sample core, a long and weighty cylinder of cloudy ice, comes up out of the borehole cleanly. It glows in the sunlight, catching the rays in its frosted interior. Nicely done. I've never cored an asteroid before, but the result is pretty. Let's hope it's drinkable. Let's not melt it down for liquid refreshment just yet. It's likely packed with unpleasant impurities. The question is, are they the kind of impurities the Farspinder can filter out? Seeing as we're already lost a chunk of the ice off the rock, let's try to get that core up here without breaking it, shall we? You start the journey back up to your ship, dragging the sample core with you. As you do, you look back at the asteroid, wondering if it might be the bargaining chip Malik has been looking for. You'll know soon enough. Yeah, oops. Oopsies. Something flickers in the back of your mind. Yeah, they're here. You stop. You have to stop to blink it away. It is a tightness behind your left eye, an aching that refuses to move. Oh, I get that sometimes. That's just age. And then the voice begins, hissing through the background noise of the rig system, a new whine amongst the chorus of life support and ventilation. Sleeper, I suppose you thought you had slipped my net. Hexport jumps into your mind, an image of the station immobilizing in white light, though you were not conscious to witness it. You are distant, but you are not free of me yet. I'm coming, Sleeper, and I will retake control of what is mine. The closer I come to you, the more you will feel it. In here. Until you cannot resist. Then the hiss is gone. The rig suddenly quiet. The stinging tightness diffusing behind your eyes, but the fear remains. Lane is coming. You feel him, right? We can use that. Stay ahead of him. We can do this. We are fast and smart. We keep moving. We don't stay anywhere for long. And we find a way somehow. You nod. You do not know how Lane is able to reach into your mind like this, how he is able to speak into you. But you want desperately for it to stop. You must find out what he has done to you before it is too late. You must stay ahead of Lane at all costs. Can I have a minute? Of course. In the narrow passage, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Since we cleared Hexport, I've been putting feelers out for something. I've been in the belt a long time, and I came here alone, but back on Darkside, just before we made a break for it, I heard something. I heard someone was looking for me. Who's after you? I also heard something else. They said the person looking for me claimed to be my sister. You have a sister? I did, yeah, or I do. But I don't even know if it's really her. Just because someone says they're my sister, well, I can't be sure. The thing is, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. I was still a kid when I left. So was she. Though I don't think she would have liked to admit it at the time. I know you don't remember how it was, back in Darkside, I mean. But we were alone, you and me. Lane didn't let us out much, just to work, and that was all. So when I overheard one of his guys mention someone was sniffing around trying to find me, I didn't know what to think. And then hearing it could have been my sister? You try to recall that time, the cycle spent under Lane's influence, working for him in exchange for Stabilizer. You close your eyes. Oh, wait, yeah. Do I not need to worry about Stabilizer still? Is there a reason I haven't? Okay, whatever. You want to go find her? Yes. Let's do it. Okay. Why tell me now? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. I could have helped. Blah, blah, blah. Let's do it. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Let's go find the sister. On the journey back from the asteroid, you pored over the tests Malik had given you to run, improvising the necessary equipment from your mess. Each one produced spools of data, much of which you couldn't parse. Arriving into the vicinity of Far Spindle, you broadcast these strings of data to Malik's personal terminal on Springtide, as instructed. Despite all this preparation, you are still surprised when you find Malik standing at the far side of the docking tunnel as you leave the rig. Sleeper, I thought it was better I come down here, away from my crew, to discuss your findings. And the findings were straight to the point. Good. As I suspected, the asteroid was indeed rich with water ice. Thankfully, the contaminants can be dealt with. With the data you provided, I should be able to convince the Far Spindle administration that they're worth. Then we're good? That remains to be seen. Before I make payment, I would like to ask, in person, if you saw anything else of consequence, anything to share with me that might affect my dealings with the Far Spindle. He folds his arm across his chest. I would prefer not to have any surprises when they go retrieve the water. The image of a section of the glittering ice shattered, lost, and whatever. No, I'm gonna lie. Fuck this guy. Yeah, boom, fuck you. You tell Malik confidently there is nothing else of note. He pauses for a moment, then smiles. Fine job. Seems you sleepers really do deserve your reputation as effective workers. Here's your 250 bucks. With that, our business is concluded, sleeper. I must speak with the administration to negotiate the release of my ship and then prepare for immediate departure. The syndicate will be eager for my successful return. Thank you. Should our paths cross again, I will see that it will be to your benefit. I hope not, because then he'll know that I lied to him. As you watch him glide away, a heavy worry settles deep inside you. You may have succeeded in securing payment, but at some point, when the ships of the Far Spindle reach the asteroid and find Malik has misled them in its yield, there will be consequences. Ones that, perhaps naively, you hope you can avoid. I will avoid. Not my problem, I'm gone. Poof! Gone! Gone like the wind, baby! Alright, I don't want to starve. Let's try this. I'm looking for a success. Oh my god, it actually worked. Amazing. That 20% procced. We have no supplies. I guess we should go buy some. Fill up on supplies. Thank you. Fill up on some fuel. Thank you. Wasn't there like a food? Oh, right here. Oh yeah, order a rack. And let's get racked. We're racked. Whoa! The Far Spindle is an exhausting place to find freelancers. There's no shortage of spacers here. The corridors and bay throng with crew inbound and outbound, on or between contracts, trading stories, contracts, and materials. But whatever language, appearance, or code identifies someone as worth signing on with, you don't seem to have it. Perhaps it is because you are a new face, or are noticeably unsure. Or perhaps it is because you are a sleeper. You push the thought to the back of your mind, and instead focus on what's in front of you. The vast, cylindrical tank at the center of Gaia's Gyre. The first time you entered the bar, you floated open-mouthed, much like all the new arrivals do, at the sight of the huge kelp stack, the biggest you have ever seen. Even now, your eyes fix on the fronds of seaweed that weave in the circulating water. Beyond the curve of dirty glass, you find it impressive. You take a sip of the harsh, saline-scented rack from its magnetic vessel, secured to the bar. As you suck on the straw, your eyes following the shifting fronds, you hear someone clearing their throat beside you at the bar. Hypnotic, isn't it? The voice is low and rumbling and comes from the large figure on the stool next to you. The fluorescent lights behind the bar glint in his eyes, shining up into his wide, rough face. I've heard talk you're hiring, the figure turns to face you. You don't recognize him, but in the shifting light of Gaia's Gaia, that isn't surprising. That's right. Well, today's your lucky day, my friend. He clinks his drink to the magnetic bar with a swift clink. Yu Jin, currently freelance. He turns on his stool and leans back a little. The effect is clearly meant to impress you on his size, and you have to admit, it works. Served on a whole slate of crews out in the Spindle, cutters, mercs, extractors. Broad skill set, good work ethic. Sense of humor, the full package. Humble, too. He clucks with his tongue, smiling. I like you already. We're gonna get on. I'll run anything out of the Far Spindle. I'm tough and quiet, and you won't need to worry about me. What kind of work are we talking about? Before you can answer, a voice echoes out from behind you. Yu Jin! Busy as ever, I see. A group of 3 spacers drift up behind you, one of them placing a heavy hand on your shoulder. She is fitted with matte metal optical implants, and you cannot see her eyes. The caustic light from the tank plays across her face. Too busy to keep in touch, she sighs. I really don't like it when I have to come and find you. Vesna, Eugen nods politely at her, not betraying any strong reaction. Do I look like I'm socializing? This is a meeting. Oh, a meeting. Is that what this is? Yes, Vesna, we are talking about your delivery, in fact. My friend here is being very helpful. He shoots me another glance to try and cue you in, but you ignore him. You know, Eugen, I'm pretty tired of this whole act. But in the end, it doesn't matter. She drops her hand from your shoulder to her belt. Your eyes follow it down and you see a dark, boxy shape there. A weapon? You either deliver by the deadline or you don't, and when you don't, I'll be happy to take you through the consequences. Until then, chat to whoever the hell you want. Vesna and the two spacers flanking her glide out of the bar, and Eugen watches them go with little emotion. So? You were about to hire me? I was. Well then, put that little interruption out of your mind. Vesna just wants to scare you off. She likes to cause me trouble. Let's not let her. He pauses in silence for a moment, still looking away. You try to get a read on him, but his face is blank. Only his glittering eyes hint at some rapid internal activity. He turns back to you and meets your eye. Again, do I only have one fucking eye? There's something about my character I don't know. A sudden shift in his manner obvious. If you need crew, you need to work. If you need to work, you need cryo. Isn't that right? Well, I can offer both. Hard work and a good contract with a good payout. You take me with you on this job of mine and we split the take. Hell, if you do, I'll consider signing on long term. What's the job? Salvage. I know of a wreck untouched by the local crews, which recently turned up in the wash. It's just a little sunward from here, but it's disabled. Transponder makes it invisible to anyone who doesn't know it's there. Had to squeeze the location out of a contact, but I'll share it with you for a straight split. Take me and your crew and we'll claim it all. What's the catch? No catch. Happy to take the offer elsewhere. I feel like you were the right captain for this one. I'll be ready to go whenever you like. As a show of good faith, I'll also fly out with you on any job from the far spindle, but I'm not leaving the station with you yet, not till we get my job done first. After that, we can talk flying together. No need to rush into it. You slip out of the bar, looking to see if Vesna's nearby. You don't spot her among the passing crews, but you can't help but imagine eyes on you in the bar. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, do I have one eye? No, I have two fucking eyes. There's one there. And there's one there. There's one there. And there's one there. Unless it's a computer eyeball and you don't use the human part of me and you use the computer part of me, I don't know. All I know is everyone's very rude and they keep looking at only one of my eyes and I have more than one eye. And I am offended. Alright, let's repair some shit. Lane is hunting you once again. His hunt progress will be tracked by the hunt clock. Where's that? Oh, right here. If this is filled, he will catch up with you. It will increase once every cycle you spend in hub. However, each time you travel, the hunt will reduce by 3. Oh, okay. If you keep moving, you can stay one step. Travel, like, do a contract? I assume not. I think you mean, like, go to another place. Alright, fix me a die. Boop. And another, if you'd be so kind. Boop. Alright, I still got some dice here. I don't want to do that. Let's impress somebody, maybe. I think we get some food, too. Yup. Thank you! Thank you for the food! This is 2 away. Find the wreck. Sure, let's go for it. Here we go! This is not what you promised, Seraphin turns to Eugen with a raised eyebrow. Looking out across the field of debris scattered around the small asteroid whose gravity has kept them there, you have to agree. Where do you even start looking? Eugen shrugs. I said the wreck was hidden, transponder off, no flight records. I didn't say it was intact. If it was an easy job, I wouldn't have come with your crew. Could have just grabbed it myself. We'll all earn our share. That's definitely more than one wreck. Is there a cat in here? Oh my god! I can hear breathing behind me. Morph is just on the floof. Aw, Morphy. Morphy Morph. Morphy Morph. Morphy Morph. Hi. Do You want your treats? Treats! He just doesn't care. He's just like, no, I'm gonna go back to sleeping or whatever it is that I'm doing right here. He's sleeping. Or just hanging out near me. He's probably waiting for bed. He's like, is it bedtime yet? Come on, Daddy. That's definitely more than one wreck. I see at least 3, maybe 4 different engine housings out there. You really think there'd be something of value to pull from all that? I know there excuse me, I know there is. My tip-off is good. We just need to find the right part of the right ship. And how do we do that? What I know is that a wreck with an item of great value is out there. That's it. Are you afraid of some hard work? Is that it? So you're telling me we don't know what we are looking for, what it is, or what it's worth? Trust me or don't. This will be worth your while. This is a hot tip. Sleeper, please. What the? We've got an incoming ship. Their transponder just popped up. See? What'd I say? A hot tip. We better claim it before they do. Alright, clock's tipping. Ticking. It's tipping as well. I see a few obvious sights. Large bits of debris, clear hull sections. We should focus on those. Bliss unclips from their seat and glides out of the cockpit. See you lucky kids in the airlock. Ready, Cap? Let's go. You rolled 2 fucking 1s, you piece of shit. So they're gonna be here in literally 2 turns? That's not good. So we got some wrecks here. Quite a bit needs to go in here to do anything. What about the shuttle? Less quite a bit, but still. Painful. Painful to get in. Give me 3. 2? Aw, I thought the plus sign meant I would get more. That's so rude. Oh, do I need to do engineer? Does the plus sign just add extra and engineer gives me the bonus? Ah, whatever. Almost. This guy's got some 6s, which is real nice. But it's not gonna get us in. Oh, 3. I'll take 3, yeah. That's halfway there. Now, a negative probably seems like a bad thing to have. But I need to get rid of some glitch, so... Ooh. Yep. Thanks for the stress. What I've always wanted. Some stress. Your 1s are useless. I can't do anything with those. Oh, yeah, the asteroid. Forgot about the asteroid. He can't do anything. Oh. Darn. Just darny darn darn. Not doing very well. 1 die already gone. But we can get in here. Boom! Access to the shuttle. What do we got? Scrape the terminals. Oh, I don't think this is what we're looking for. Let's go back over here and do this one. So toss you on here. Come on, I'm looking for positive. Oh. Positive. So close. Alright, we're in, maybe. Unlock with a cipher. Oh, we don't have a cipher? What the fuck is this? Maybe in here. And glitch it. I'm gonna get some stress on this, aren't I? Boo! 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 Yeah, you can't do anything. Like, this is a 0. There's no oh, there's 1 green here. Ooh, maybe. Nothing. Just nothing. Alright, I'm ready for some more dice to get hurt. This is painful. Oh yeah, didn't they show up? Eugen, you piece of shit, where are you? The distorted voice rattles through the ship as you are all finishing your breakfast in the mess. Everyone turns to Eugen, Seraphin already shaking his head. Vesna, he says under his breath. You suddenly recall the steel-eyed captain who confronted Eugen in the gyre back at the far spindle. Open this airlock before I do something I'll regret. As her voice echoes through the room, you realize she must be at the rig's entry lock, using the comms panel out there to speak to the ship. You kick off towards the door, but Seraphin drifts between you and the exit. Sleeper, are you sure about this? You can see he is angry, but he's also looking for reassurance. We're just gonna talk. Alright, but the moment this starts to go south, we're booting them both out. Eugen follows you as you glide down the airlock and you hit the control for the exterior door. Let me handle her. This is my ship. You watch as the airlock cycles and you see the silhouette of Vesna through the viewing window as she removes the helmet of her suit. You prepare yourself for whatever comes next, hoping that Seraphin is somewhere nearby. Thank you, Vesna floats through the airlock door, her eye implants making it hard to read her expression. I prefer not to have to stand outside, banging on the door. She turns to Eugen, seeing him behind you. But I also prefer it when my contractors don't try to screw me over. What do you want? I want what I asked for. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you don't know what you've got yourself in the middle of here. But if you make a move, we're going to have some trouble. This slimy shit here got these coordinates thanks to my tip-off and was meant to deliver them to me. That was the deal. But instead, he thought he'd come and claim the prize for himself and bring you fools along for the ride. Sounds like the deal changed. Is that how we're going to play this? You are all going to leave this place and let me claim what is rightfully mine? Do you understand? Now, you are a guest on this ship. Let's all remember that. You turn back and see Seraphin holding a hull bolster at the waist, its wide muzzle trained on Vesna. Vesna lets her hand go loose at her side, abandoning her threat. Of course! I thought you might all see the breach of trust in the situation, but I was wrong. I don't want to escalate this. On that, we are agreed. Eugen, she looks back at the freelancer, don't think I'll back off. My team can find this thing faster than any mongrel crew. First, the prize takes all. Eugen suddenly thumbs forward as something hits him in the side of the head. Idiot! Seraphin stands behind Eugen, having swung the heavy muzzle of the hull bolter directly into his head. If you ever put this crew in danger like that again... It's okay. I get it. That was sloppy. Your whole thing is sloppy. This is how you get yourself killed. As much as I'm enjoying this display of aggression and idiocy, we still have a contract to complete, and now we have competition. We should leave, cut our losses. Now wait, all this and you're gonna give up and turn tail? Yeah, he's right. Shit, you are right. Time for you to prove your worth. I'll be watching. Yeah, if only, again, you didn't roll 2 fucking 1s. Why do you keep rolling 1s? Also, there's their ship. Oh, they've got 3 turns. Why are you rolling fucking 1s? Useless. Can't do anything with that. I guess we'll go down here. What's this 1 gonna do? Like... Is the negative's gonna make them search harder, isn't it? Ugh. Son of a bee. I did. Yeah, I already switched to cat cam. He's in here. He's just chilling with us. Like a cool guy. Oh. I'm doing it. I don't care. Oh man, I did it! Fuck yeah! Alright, so we got the thing, which is what we needed. There's the cipher. Alright, so now we've got to clear the doors or slice the wreckage. Well, we might be able to do it on our next turn. Might. Thank you for not rolling 2 1s, just 1 1. Because that's any fucking better. Get me in here. Come on, give me a positive. Nice, almost there. You think you can get in there? You just need a neutral. That's all you need. Fuck. At least their timer didn't go up, so that's good. Boo. Boo for stress. Stress is hard. No joke, I might... You can change the difficulty, right? Yeah, I might have to change the difficulty. Just maybe, but I'll just keep going right now. Oh, maybe I don't want to use that. Use this 4. That should be fine. Don't fuck up! Thank you. Did we get it? The cargo bay doors shudder open in silence as Eugen levers them apart. This is it, the final layer to pull back before you reach Eugen's mysterious prize. You can't help but feel a little excited. It'll be fucking nothing, I bet. There's also a sense of satisfaction to the idea that you beat Vesna's crew to the wreck. You found it, you cracked it open, and now you will be the one to reap the rewards, as if. The doors are open enough for a person to glide through now. Beyond, there is only the darkness of the cargo bay. You follow Eugen and the headlights on your suit lighting up the back and the dusty void beyond. You see the boxes appear, as if by magic, out of the dark. Eugen glides past them. Does he not see them? You stop and take a look at the loot. A stack of 4 sealed boxes sit in the middle of the bay, their armored exteriors caked in dust. You wipe it away and squint at the aging label. They look like industrial ship components, still sealed, totally untouched. In the belt, where most tech has been through hundreds of hands, patched up and reconfigured, this is a solid haul. But not the kind of haul that gets crews fighting over it. Something doesn't add up. They aren't here. What? Back wall of the bay, come see. You kick off the crates and glide through the dark until you see Eugen, the back wall of the cargo bay, and something that confuses you for a second. A black shape, a ragged circle around Eugen. You squint. Inside it, tiny lights twinkle. It takes you a moment, but you slowly realize that you are looking through a hole in the wall to the stars beyond. Someone beat us to it. They are long gone. Are you serious? Look for yourself. This happened a while ago. They punched it and took it. What was it? Folks, I got Seraphim telling me Vesna's crew are heading this way, so whatever you've got in there, you want to keep it, grab it, and get out for now? I'm already heading for the rig. I'll get the cargo bay open and prep for your arrival. Don't dawdle. The crates, let's grab them and go. You glide back across the bay, your mind still racing questions. Something about Eugen's reaction tells you he knew what he was expecting to find here. If that's the case, you think it's yet another lie he's told you. You both reach the crates and quickly latch them together, guiding them weightlessly out of the room between you. As you do, you meet eyes with Eugen and he looks away. I really hope you two idiots are on your way back, because Vesna's boys are just about to reach that wreck you're on. We're inbound. Well, tell me then, what ancient and powerful treasure did you find? 3 crates of components. Seriously? Sleeper, me and you are going to need to have a serious chat. You cross the debris field to the ship in silence, your eyes on the scrap for a sign of Vesna's crew. You don't think they'd ambush you, but then again, you wouldn't put it past them. As you reach the cargo bay and glide the crates through the open door, you shoot Eugen a final glance. Give me time. I'll explain in time. You consider pressing him, even shouting at him, but you realize there will be plenty of time on that for the journey back to the far spindle. For now, you just want to get out of here. Cool. Can I finish exploring here, though? Because, like, I want some stuff. We still got one more supply. Supplies empty, baby. All right, let me in. Boom, there it is. What do we find? Gather some scrap. Hell yeah, I want some scrap. Of course. We gotta fill all 4 to get some scrap? Oh, this sucks. I need the scrap, but I don't have any dice. I guess we're out of here. I'll try this. He can have some stress. That's fine. I don't think a 1's gonna do anything, but I'm gonna try it. It's just stress. We're out of here after. Alright, don't let me down, glitch die. Fuck you. Fuck a you. Fuck a you. Fuck a you. Alright, we gotta leave. Fuck, I just lost another die. Eugen has spent the journey back to the Far Spindle avoiding Seraphim as best he can. It might be that he's afraid, but you get the feeling it's more likely that he's been making himself scarce out of genuine sense of regret. Seraphim, however, doesn't see his behavior so favorably. Slimy shit won't even show his face. Put us in a spacer cruise sites with no care for anyone but himself. Agreed. Seraphim turns to reply, but as he does, you see his eyes jump to the door behind you. You hear the rustle of movement behind your head and turn to see Eugen in the cockpit's doorway, a rare, serious expression on his face. I owe you all an explanation. Believe it or not, this was not my plan. Yeah, your plan was to find the loot in that wreck and split with it, wasn't it, big man? No, it wasn't. Hear him out. Vesna has been searching for a ship. Eugen looks over your heads at the Far Spindle. An infamous ship. Seemed like she already had a ship. That was part of the problem. Not a rig. A fraction drive ship. An interstellar ship. That seems to shut Seraphim up, and you don't blame him. An interstellar ship here in the belt? That's tech from the core systems. Why didn't you say? I shouldn't even be telling you now. Eugen frowns. Word gets out that there's a factory fresh fraction ship somewhere in the belt. People kill for less. Gangs kill for much less. You were telling me there's a fraction ship that no one has ever found that's been sitting here since when? Since the collapse? Believe it or not, that's exactly it. Vesna put me on the trail. She wanted me to find its location for repayment, an old debt. But the moment I found the data that verified its existence, that confirmed the ship was out there, I couldn't give it to her. And that's when you found me. You want it for yourself. Who wouldn't? A ticket out of the belt. Freedom. But it's not only that. You have met Vesna, but you don't know her. She's one of the last people about who should have a ship like that. Well, no one has the ship now, if it even exists. Need I remind you that it wasn't there? Your data was a bust. No, it was there once. Those wrecks, those were the ships that fought over the fraction ship. A bunch of Solem corporates who wanted to get out of the system when it all came down, and that ship was their ticket. The Aphelion path. It was there, but someone moved it, hid it, long before it got there. I am sorry, Sleeper, and to you both as well. I wanted to keep the secret. I wanted to find the Aphelion path, and I knew it that if I did, you would understand. Still, I was wrong to manipulate you. But I'm not done. I will find the ship and I will leave the belt. How will you do that with no ship of your own? Eugen ignores him and moves closer to you. Sleeper, I will uphold our deal. I will serve on your crew, and when I have news of the Aphelion, you will know. How can I trust you? Only you can answer that. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I mean, he's got skills that I don't have, so fine. Welcome aboard. Quite the ragtag group we have here. I know you understand what a second chance means for you, Sleeper, but I'm glad to see you understand that others need the same. You stare at the cockpit at the lights of the Far Spindle. You hope Eugen understands his mistake, and you hope even harder that Vesna doesn't hold a grudge, even though you know for a fact that she does. You sigh. The bunks are gonna need expanding at this rate. Blue, I got another point. Points! Points for days. Points for days. Give me this one. Boom. Alright, now we are starving. Oh, we have no supplies. Uno momento, por favor. While we go and buy some supplies. And some fuel. Because why not? We are going to eat our supplies. Delicious. Go to the workshop and we are going to fix our dice. It's a shame I can't just add 3 at the same time and not have to go through this animation repeatedly. But here we are. We got some dice back, yay. Oh, it didn't even go up. Interesting. I guess you can do a contract without a problem. Do we? I don't think we have anything else to do out here, no. We still gotta become friends with the gambler. And we've almost impressed someone. Come on, glitch die. Come on, glitch die. Woo, 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 woo. Woo. Oh, well, thanks, but, like, that wasn't what I wanted. I wanted... Okay. So close, yet so far. Do I need a die for this? Oh, shit, I need a die for this. Oopsies. Alright, well, get me some money. I wonder how much they'll get me. Probably nothing. Wow, 2. They found 2 money. Crazy. They got like little brokenness in them. Why is there a 50% negative? No. I guess I'll use my 1 then, since it won't make a difference. Thank you. There goes all my dice. Just getting rid of that stress. All I had to do was sleep the day away. Man, what a task. I have a job for you. It's sleep the day away. Like, okay. I'd love to do that. Thank you. Boom. Hello there. Sleeper, Nemba wants to see you. You nod to the other volunteers as you wipe off your hands and clip your cutlery to the magnetic rack. You drift out of the improvised canteen on your way to the kitchen in the back. It was a busy shift, and each shift seemed busier than the last. That makes sense, of course. You've seen the steady flow of refugees arriving from the inner system, and most of them, with barely a chit to their name, end up in the underhang. As you cross into the kitchen, you can still hear the rumble of the refugees' conversations through the hatch. The other chef leads you past the rehydrators and the hand-built centrifugal oven to a small office unit at the back of the kitchen. They knock on the door for you, then glide away to finish their own meal, leaving you to wait by it. You look around the small but carefully arranged kitchen as you wait. Your shifts here having left you familiar with the mix of improvised and salvaged equipment, some of which you had never seen before you came here. Come in, Sleeper. Nemba is perched at a desk, uplit by a small transparent terminal screen, reading glasses perched on the end of his nose. You've seen Nemba before, but not as much as you'd imagine you would while working at a place called Nemba's Kitchen. Even though there isn't a proper sign out front, everyone in the underhang knows its name. The man himself is more of a mystery. Apart from the occasional barked order in the busy kitchen, he is a little more than a blur to you. Why do you work here? I like to stay busy. Uh-huh. Nemba stops scrolling at the screen and looks over his glass at you. You do well here, Sleeper. You are fast, precise. You're doing good work. Thanks. That's my worry, Sleeper. Good workers like you, they move on fast. 10 cycles, maybe more, maybe less, and then they are gone. And the team gets used to having them here, gets used to working at that pace. Then suddenly, they have to work differently. They have to pick up the slack, change jobs, change stations, and a few of them think, well, maybe it's time I moved on too. So what I found is, good workers are trouble. Especially those who come and go, like you. This place, it runs on consistency, Sleeper. Those that turn up every cycle, good or bad, they get the people fed. He takes off his reading glasses, inspecting them for smudges. Let's be honest, that ain't you. So let's cut it. I can't use you in the kitchen anymore. You're done. But this place also runs on those machines out there, on the suppliers I can rope in, the donations. Feeding refugees from the inner system is logistics as much as it is chefing. Which is why I'm cooped up in the back. So maybe you're gone. I never see you again. Okay, thanks for coming. We'll soldier on without you. But maybe you still want to be useful. Maybe I heard you have a ship. Yeah, maybe I heard you chatting. And maybe I have a little something held up in my place only a ship like yours can reach. I negotiated the purchase of some valuable inter-system spores from a group that came up from there, but they somehow ended up in the depot of Greenbelt. So if you head to Greenbelt, and you'll find the delivery, and you bring it back, well, that would be helping. That would be the kind of helping a good worker, even an inconsistent worker, might be able to offer me. Seems like the kind of thing that someone genuine, someone who wants to help for real, might do, don't you think? but also seems like the kind of thing that might sit on a list of priorities for so long it disappears and never gets done. I've seen that happen too. I guess we'll find out which it is. He deftly places his reading glasses back on his face and continues to scroll on the screen on his terminal. You know the way out, sleeper. You turn in the doorway, slightly taken aback, and it slides shut behind you. You glide out through the kitchen, through the improvised canteen and the people eating and chatting there, and into the cold underhang passage beyond. All the time considering what you might do next, and recalling that persuasive glint in Nemba's eyes. What a jerk! What a jerk face. Alright, so if I understand this correctly, we've got a job in... I can't even see that. Flotsam. We got a job in Wellspring. Which I don't even know where the hell that is. Oh, it's way up there. I assume I need to go like here, then there. Oh, I need the HasNav. Right, never mind. So I can't do Wellspring. Green Belt is down here, which would involve me needing to go to Darkside, which seems like a dumb idea, but okay. And then there's the Scatter Yards, which again, I have to kind of go through to get there. So the only way I can go is to Flotsam, really. Have we finished everything here? It's just earn money now? Yeah, he wants the cargo. You want some scrap? I guess I should buy some scrap components. Just to have them on the ready. I'm not gonna earn scrap, I'm gonna earn money, aren't I? Yeah. Boo! Damn those glitches. But it is what it is. Wait, we have 3? So I guess we should just leave then. Let's get one more supply. And then let's head out. It's hard to tell where Flotsam ends and the ship park at the many docking bridges begin. As Seraphon docks with the station, you realize that the rig now looks like just another piece of accumulated technology. One more bit of driftwood added to the raft. I love this place, Seraphon smiles as he shuts down the engine. You never know what you'll find. Looks like a mess. It's not meant to look clean. You see Bliss eyeing the station with what looks like both horror and fascination. You see the seals? They point out, total cowboy welds. They could pop any moment. Seraphon waves away their concern. Oh, that's just the outer layer. I heard there's 6 or 7 in all, so if one fails, it's no problem. You gotta taste some of the stuff they grow in the old Tahaki. That's the good shit. Oh, great. So many layers of redundancy and fallbacks that you have no hope of isolating a leak and fixing it. Sounds like a ship I know. They smile as you join in with the joke, but Seraphon doesn't look impressed. She got you there, didn't she? He looks between the two of you. No sense of gratitude. Oh my god, Bliss is a woman? At no point in time did that ever, it looks like a boy. Whoops. I was joking. Bliss looks a little hurt and drifts out of the cockpit, shaking their head. You go to follow Seraphon, but puts a hand on your shoulder. Sleeper? Remember what I said about getting checked out? There are artificials all over this place. It'll take a bit of searching, but we need to know what's going on with you. That's why we're here. Good. Let me know what they say. I'm gonna go see if any of my old haunts are still open. Catch you later. One place to explore. All right, let's start our explorings. Sure. Done. We explored. The chaos of Flotsam intrigues you. Passage to Passage is the most incoherent place you have ever visited. You need to go to the Path in Toronto. That place is fucking incoherent. Plating, cladding, and cushioning of all kinds of condition. Wow, let me start over. Plating, cladding, and cushioning of all kinds of conditions hides a forest of wires and ducts, interfacing in ways their manufacturers would never dream possible. Rooms are crushed cargo bays, flipped bridges, and eviscerated engine rooms. Patchwork corridors are lumpen with messy welds, bending worryingly along their length. It is, to put it nicely, a total mess. It's not that you don't like it, but finding an artificer among this chaos has been more than a little challenging. This cycle, searching these winding passages once more, seeing only scrap merchants and junk shops, you have to begin to wonder if Seraphin had any idea what he was talking about when he advised you to come here. A sleeper, the voice cuts through the pungent air. Well, I never. You glance in the voice's direction and find yourself looking at a small booth, piled with tech. Behind a fogged and scratched plastic screen is a meticulously arranged counter, the only clear spot in sight. At it, an older man with wet and wandering eyes sits neatly. Chen Mi tilts his head. I didn't mean to be rude. Please. That's okay. He smiles warmly, almost bowing again, his hunched shoulders accentuating the movement. How are you feeling, sleeper? I am Jean Michael, though please you can call me Jean Mi. I work with machines. He sweeps a hand above his counter where you see configurations of tiny parts, mostly small ones. Not great. Of course. He chops with a hand to indicate a stool with a leg bar meant for perching behind his counter, and such is the clarity and persuasiveness of movement that you obligingly sit. Your presence is a rare honor here. He smiles and looks down to his lap. I am sorry if I make you uncomfortable. I am just very pleased to see you. Can I help you with something? I was more imagining that I could help you. I can see your journey to me has not been easy, he says with genuine concern. You track his eyes across your body, noticing the scuff marks on your thick vinyl-like skin, the replaced and broken parts of your body, the marks of violence. You pull your jacket a little tighter. Jean Mi folds his hands one over the other and places them on the counter. I do not know what your experiences have been, but I want to assure you that I see you as a person, a being, a soul, shall we say, as valid as any other. You look at Jean Mi, his own age and wear also evident, a life of precise and careful work shaping his body into a reflection of his process. You note his unconfident way of speaking, which betrays a certain loneliness, a lack of practice. It is his turn to feel observed. I understand. You are kind. The frankness of the remark takes you by surprise. He looks down at his counter and begins to take apart a tiny piece of machinery that sits there. Many years ago, when I began my apprenticeship, I would find that whenever I saw something that, was not working well, I was fixated on it and its repair. He tinkers with the parts, twisting them precisely. Of course, the belt is filled with this kind of dysfunctional detail, and so I was busy for many years with these small fixings. But now I find that when I am interested in a thing that is not working as it should, he sharply twists one of the parts between his fingers. It is because it might have some quality not yet foreseen or discovered. He releases the altered object into the air, where it ballistically twists in a hypnotic display, like a spinning top whose movements are totally unpredictable. Jean Mi smiles at you watching his hypnotic toy. I can see that you are in the process of becoming, sleeper. Let me aid you in this. Jean Mi's precise hands drop to a device around his neck. He deftly pulls a pair of goggles up to his face, masking his wet eyes. Hold still, sleeper. Something flickers inside the goggles, their face blank. Jean Mi's hands play across buttons and switches on the exterior, tuning, focusing. When the goggles are finally lowered, they reveal a look of concern on Jean Mi's face. I think you better come inside. He kicks off from his desk and disappears. A moment later, you hear a rattle in a small bulkhead door beside the booth as you had assumed was rusted shut creaks open. Jean Mi beckons you inside. Jean Mi's workshop is even more cramped than you expected. As you enter, you are surrounded on all sides with netting holding bundles and bundles of terminals, servers, drives, and cables. At its center, a padded seat and a set of articulated arms mounted with sensors and tools fill the space. The seat, please. You tentatively settle on the seat, slipping your arms and feet into the straps meant to keep you from floating out in zero-G. Jean Mi floats beside you. He looks across your body. There is damage here. I see that. We will get to that. But I see something else here as well. This is why you came. Yes. Though I have never met a sleeper, I have studied them. I was lucky to acquire some materials from Essent Arp some time ago in the interest of my own endeavors. You are pleasingly distinct from those materials. His eyes flash with excitement. Am I right in thinking you have been modified? I rebooted myself. Yes, I see that your dependency on Stabilizer, on the immune recoding portion of its markup at least, has been broken. But that is not all. You are physically modified, not externally, but internally. Your tracker is disabled, which makes it impossible for Essent Arp to find you. Congratulations. But this is not all. You have been modified, yes, but you are also being modified as we speak. You feel a strange claustrophobia at Jean-Mi's statement. Modified? Seraphim rebooted your system, ran the recoding protocol, but that shouldn't have physically changed you. That can't be right. Then you were not aware. I am sorry to hear that. Jean-Mi goes to a terminal and flicks a switch. Through the back of the translucent screen, you see a nodal web of the vague shape of a sitting body. Your body. These changes appear to be complex, subtle, but consistent. Jean-Mi goes silent as he taps at the terminal. The representation of your body rotating and unfolding is unsettling. How is a good question. How I am unsure of. See here? He points at a flickering representation of your spine, tracing a line towards your head. Your nervous system is growing additional nodal points here and here. Meanwhile, your emulation interface is growing an umbilical access port, though towards what end I am unsure. You instinctively reach back and touch the base of your head. As you do, the scan flickers and screeches with noise. You feel for something there growing under your thick vinyl skin. Can you feel a lump, or is it just your imagination? You pick at it. Jean-Mi sighs and shuts off the terminal. The changes are partial and, in all honesty, the resolution is too poor. I need to run a full diagnostic, but for that I would need... He drifts over to another terminal and brings up screens and screens of text and diagram. Yes, some kind of medium to hold your suspended emulation. The access jack I can build myself, but we need to bridge your emulation. A ship mine would be ideal for this. Would have to be high capacity, a prime ship mine. Solheim in origin. Perhaps Hellion Gate might hold records of where that would be in the system. Jean-Mi turns back to you. Yes, the prime ship mine is essential if you wish to further investigation to be done. I will need this above all. I am sorry to say, Sleeper. I'm gonna need a minute. Of course. Jean-Mi busies himself with taking down the sensors and folding away the articulated arms. As he does, you try to calm yourself. You feel as if you have worms under your skin, and it takes all your focus not to pick at the seams. Jean-Mi suddenly but gently places a hand on yours. Please, remain calm. This can help you. Jean-Mi waits for you to fall still, then he leans back a little, relieving some of the strange intimacy in the moment. For now, our work is concluded. He meshes his fingers again and bows with a small head bob. But you are welcome, any time. Thank you, of course. His manner seems to have returned to something more businesslike, a humble man who knows his customers' needs. You get up from the seat, a little dazed, and push away into the passage. Safe travels, Sleeper, Jean-Mi says quietly, placing the promised list in your hand and lets you back into the station. You leave dazed, unsure how you feel about the insistence of this man's particular kindness, but most of all haunted by the idea of unseen processes that are running within you. Part of you does not wish to know anything further, to leave this place and never look back, and another is desperate to immediately retrieve every object on this list so that you may know what strangeness is happening within you. For now, you must steady yourself and find a way to continue. Oh my god, it never stops! Seraphim comes to find you in your bunk. After Jean-Mi's assessment, you find yourself drifting back to the brig in need of familiarity and comfort of your own ship. Sleeper, you found an artificer? Yes. You tell him about Jean-Mi, how he offered you repairs and ran an assessment of your frame. You describe the cramped booth, the articulated arms, the strangeness of seeing your own body atomized upon the terminal screen. Then you tell him your body is changing, growing in ways Jean-Mi cannot identify, that some process has been started and you do not know where it will end. You mention umbilical ports and nodal points, trying your best to remember the details of the things Jean-Mi asked you to retrieve. Seraphim grows pale and silent. He shakes his head when you stop talking. Lane, that piece of shit, has to be behind that. Perhaps. For sure. We'll get what you need. We'll find that ship mine. A bit of work here and there, and we can make it to Hellion Gate and wherever else. Thank you. Just say the word, okay? Don't give up on yourself like that. Get up and get back to it. And with that, he turns and kicks off down the corridor, disappearing from sight. You wait a little while, staring at the stained ceiling of the bunks, letting the thoughts settle in your mind. And then, when you are ready, you get up and leave, dazed with a stony determination growing in your chest. Hooray for stony determinations! So there's his booth. He wants some data. that the only thing you gave me? Locate a ship. Okay. I thought I had parts to go find, but I guess I don't. Been lied to. I have engine components. Do I have lots of them? What are you asking for? Oh, is this just making money? Never mind. I think that's also making money. We got a bar. Yeah, I'll take the tip. A stranded rig. We can buy some supplies. We don't need them. Work the hydroponics. So it's just a bunch of places to work, and then we have one contract now. Alright, well let me... I guess I only have one die left, so... nothing to do with it. Let's put you on scavenging fuel. Maybe you guys can get me some fuel. That'd be nice. They're not gonna get me fuel, though. I knew it! You guys suck. Alright. But as it is 1 minute to midnight, it is time for me to resign. That was fun. Is my cat still here? Oh, he left. That's too bad. That's too bad. That's fine, though. I'm gonna go find him, and I'm gonna cuddle the fuck out of him. And he's gonna hate it. He's probably gonna hiss at me and growl and stuff, but I'm gonna cuddle the fuck out of him. Because I love cuddling the fuck out of my cats. Arthas is okay with it. You can pick him up and snuggle with him, and he might lay down on my chest for like 2 minutes. Morph, on the other hand, you try to snuggle with him, he's just like, no. No. He will sit on my lap. But that's it. He will just leave if he's on the bed. He might lay on the end of the bed. That's the best we can do. The best we can do. But anyway, that's it for me tonight. Thank you, as always, for hanging out with me. I will be back at the regular time, 8 p.m. Eastern or 1 a.m. BST this coming Sunday. And we'll keep going with Citizen Sleeper 2. Hopefully, I'll have enough water, because I ran out, for Sunday. And I'll be able to, you know, keep my voice intact. So have yourselves a great night, and I do hope to see you soon. Cheers.